Yes! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning and welcome to Bassmaster Live. Big day for us here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the fourth stop of the year here, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite, the Santee Cooper Lakes, Clarendon County, South Carolina. We are down to 50 anglers from our original 104, and they are out here today gunning for 10 spots in the final tomorrow, Championship Sunday. There's a lot to be decided today on a lake that is, well, legendary, storied Lake Santee Cooper, or the Santee Cooper Lakes. I'm Tommy Sanders. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, here with Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukon. And Mark Zona, you're a great judge of how the fishing is trending one day to the next. Knowing what lives here, but knowing how hard it is to get big limits, what are you seeing for today?
Well, the biggest difference at Santee Cooper Lakes over last week at Lake Murray. Lake Murray, you saw a lot of quantity and quality. Is not this case anytime we come to Santee Cooper Lakes. This is the land of the giants. The giant bass definitely live here, but you don't see a lot of numbers through the day. The main story in this tournament is your leader, Matt Robertson, who has won pretty much at every single level in the Bassmasters except on the Elite Series. He was your leader on day one last week. And the best way to put it, we talked about it yesterday, Tommy, he is a real life Happy Gilmore. You do not know what you're going to get minute to minute. And so far in this tournament, he's been the good Happy. The bad one has not shown up. Totally flawless, has a 4-pound lead, but on this body of water, absolutely not safe.
Yeah, absolutely. His position is shaky, as is everybody's, Ronnie Moore, knowing what lives here. And although he did up his lead by a pound a day, he lost his production to the tune of about 25% day two over day number one, or under day number one.
Yeah, the key on a body of water like Santee Cooper is if you have the chance at a 28-pound bag like Matt Robertson did on day one, you have to execute, capitalize on that, and then you kind of protect that the rest of the week. Matt Robertson would be totally fine if he just caught 20 after 20 after 20 to protect that 28-pound bag on day one. So yeah, his production went down a little. That's to be a cause for concern. But when overall every time you set the hook or every other time you set the hook it's a big one, I think he'll deal with that at least until we get to Championship Sunday and he needs to maybe adjust. But Matt Robertson's on the right path.
All right, good point. Sucha, 49-14 means something special at the halfway point to bass fishing fans and us.
For 100 pounds of Century Club belt, which is very special in the Bassmaster world. We had it here last year with 2 anglers. He's on pace, but he's going to have to catch them 25 a day. He'll get there. And a couple other guys are actually under pace, but they're close. They can do it. Luke Palmer had a 33-pound bag here last year.
All right. One piece of business to take care of, guys, before we get out on the water. It's an over and under question. Of course, you can imagine what it is. What's it going to take to bust into that top 10 today? We start with you, Mark Zona.
I am going to absolutely go over. Something happened on this lake yesterday, and Such was almost the one that predicted it. With the warming temps yesterday and especially today, we have very calm conditions with sun. A lot of big ones pushed shallow late yesterday afternoon. I'm absolutely going over.
Over 54.
Yeah, I think over as well, Tommy. I think maybe in the 55 to 56 range. I mean, there's a little bit of a gap from 9th to 10th, about 2 pounds. So we'll see if that 10th place person can maybe make up some ground and be closer to the rest of the top 10.
All right, we'll see how it works out.
It's over. I think somebody's 19 a day. He's going to get in our top 10.
55, 56, somewhere. I think we're all kind of on a quorum on that right there. We're all on the same page on that one. Let's go to our home state. This is the second of 2 stops in the South Carolina fisheries. The first time last week, we were at Lake Murray. First time in 12 years for the Bassmaster Elite Series anglers. It was a tremendous tournament with a lot of drama at the end. Drew Benton started. He was the last man in 10th place, and he caught the largest limit of the week, single-day limit, to take the win there.
And really, over the last 2 decades, calling tournaments with you, Tommy Sanders, not very often you see the 10th place angler on Championship Sunday make a run at the title. But a few giant late day calls for Drew Benton, putting him over the top. And really, none of us were looking at Drew Benton on Championship Sunday morning. But as the day went along on FS1, you're like, hold on now. Drew Benton catching a few big sight fish and in contention here again on Santee Cooper Lakes.
Absolutely. He dropped out of the top 10 after day number 1, and he's back in now in 7th place, so he's actually in better shape than he was to start the final day last year. And Drew Benton, a dangerous, dangerous character out there. He is a very versatile angler in addition to being one of the best side anglers in the world.
What's absolutely funny is there's a couple older folks at our church that watch Bassmaster Live, and they did not get to watch the last hour, and they said, hey, who won? Did Hunter Shryock win? No, it was Kyoya Fujita, and I had to let them know, no, it was Drew Benton. That's how close it was at Lake Murray.
All right, we're going a little bit downstate, a little bit closer to the coast here in the low country, the coastal plain, for this incredible fishery, both lakes, Marion and Moultrie, which make up the Santee Cooper Lakes, 160,000 acres. It's huge, Mark Zona. Doesn't fish exactly gigantic, though.
Exactly. This is not Lake Murray. This is Minn Kota Unlock, the lake of Santee Cooper Lakes, Lake Marion, Lake Moultrie. Here's the best way to put it. This is a monster. Very hard to navigate around. A lot of hazards out there. Cypress trees. Looking at about 110,000 acres on Marion, which we will call the upper lake. And on Lake Moultrie, about 60,000 acres, where it has gone down this week, unlike events in the past. That's your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
Well, the Giants live here, that is for sure. Taking a look at some of the catches from day number 1, including Steve Kennedy striking big early on. Drew Cook, the defending champion, finding a few on the bed, finding some other fish as well to make his case for being in our top 10 to start this day.
No. Exactly, and Brandon Polinick having a big day 1, but when I say big day 1, big fish, not able to fill his 5 bass limit. Santee Cooper Lakes fishing in Marion offshore, 5 to 15 feet of water, but only catching 4 bass, but definitely the right ones.
Brandon Cobb, very dangerous angler, top of the leaderboard as far as Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. One of those 4 or 5 anglers who has really upped his production day 2 over day number 1. A man to watch for sure on this day.
Exactly. Solely concentrating on cypress trees in Lake Marion. Another angler to keep your eye on is Steve Kennedy. Looking at Matt Robertson right here, starting off every day on the shad spawn on the upper end, the north side of Lake Marion with a swim bait, then making his way down to this shallow eelgrass flat in Lake Moultrie. And the interesting thing is not getting a ton of bites on that shallow flat, but definitely the quality has been there. The only thing shaky in Matt Robertson's game plan is, again, not a lot of quantity. Will this little shallow flat reload? That's what we're going to keep our eye on here on semifinal Saturday.
Ton of talent, a ton of desire. He really wants his first Bassmaster Elite Series victory. He seems to be fully confident that he can get it done 4 days in a row. We shall see. Can he win it wire to wire? Here's some highlights from yesterday's weigh-in. Jacob Poroznik in the top 10 as well. Here's our former Rookie of the Year, Strasner from Alabama. Josh Strasner.
And really, one thing to kind of keep your eye on here today, a lot of your sight fishermen that thought the spawn and bass was pretty much done after the first day of competition. That was not the case. Some really, really big ones. You look at a Drew Cook, a Drew Benton, Jacob Poroznik with big stringers that saw big ones late in the day. Paul Mueller, Matt Robertson fishing down in Moultrie. But this angler right here, Luke Palmer, backing up what he did here the last time the Bassmaster Elite Series was on Santee Cooper Lakes.
Luke Palmer, 4th place in that one. And Brandon Cobb, man, oh man, what a season he is having. And there he is, 28-1 on day 1 and 21-13 on day 2. A fall off in production, yet he ups his lead. Something to keep in mind as we get underway with day number 3. These anglers took off from the John C. Land Fishing Facility here about an hour ago. All of them ready to go on this day. All of them seem to be pretty optimistic about conditions today. They'll have more sunlight than they've had any of our days so far, and probably more than we will have tomorrow, Championship Sunday. That is a different set of issues as well. So they'll have 8 hours to get the job done today to try to make it into the top 10 or remain in the top 10 as the case may be. Here's the leader, Matt Robertson.
Day 3, Santee Cooper, and yeah, man, going out in the lead and we're just going to do what we keep doing, man. We're going to throw big swim baits and whatnot, try to catch some big ones, and keep this train rolling this time, man. We're around the right ones to win, and yeah, man, I feel good about it. I'm fishing calm. We're going to get this thing done this week.
It's going to be this could be a day. I mean, it's setting up good for me. I needed sunlight. We're going to get it. We got a little clouds this morning, but this afternoon, when they get on them trees, let's go slack on them. Let's go, baby.
Yesterday was a little tough for me. Only weighed in 3 fish, but you know, we're on Santee Cooper Lakes, and they live here. All you need is 5 bites. I said it all day yesterday. If I could just get 5 bites, you know, the average fish here is pretty impressive. So we're going to go out and do it again today. Probably stick with the same kind of game plan, fish a lot of trees, maybe mix it up a little bit, go out a little deeper. But, you know, we're just going to keep running new water. You know, I ended up running new water yesterday afternoon and ended up running into 3 fish. So if I feel like if I just keep rotating through new stuff, eventually I'll get those 5 bites that we need to make a push at it.
All right, man, we're about to start day 3. It's going to be a nice day, low wind, maybe a little bit tough at times, but we'll be able to move around, and this is all I can ask for as far as weather. So now we got to get them to bite, 5 big bites, we'll see what happens.
Not a whole lot of bites to be had out there. If we look at the catch rates today, you got to make everyone count, Mark Zone, as we look at how our top 10 are spread out over these fisheries.
Exactly right. And every single morning, Steve Kennedy starting out near the 95 bridge on Lake Marion. And really, he only utilized this area for 1 hour on day 1, then went down to Moultrie.
Little ones.
Stayed here all day yesterday. The one thing is, when he has set the hook here, they have been the right ones.
Oh, the money, it's a big one. It's a big one. It's a striper or something. Don't believe it's coming up. It's a bass. Oh my God! There were a bunch swimming around that tree yesterday. I saw them. We'll get it set. Good Lord. Where you going, dude? Turn that thing off. There you go. Now I'll turn it back on. No. Stay down. Stay down. Thing here. Oh, bro. Okay. Come on, baby. That's a big one, dude. Come on. Oh. Come here. Wow. What a fish. That's what we're looking for. I need 5 of these jokers. I can't even get pliers on the hook. Anyway, that'll be 5.5.
Right, for that, how about a Skeeter Boats big fish alert? Mark Menendez could have used this yesterday. He came in with 4 fish, a 7-pounder early this morning.
Steve Kennedy concentrating on the shad spawn around that bridge, throwing a mega bass mag draft swim bait. He has caught one like that early, all 3 days now of this tournament.
Took him all day to fill his limit yesterday, though, Z.
Give me some knocks.
But he certainly upped his game yesterday, improved by about 4.5 pounds over day number 1. So Steve Kennedy with the arrow moving in the right direction. You're early on day number 3.
We'll stick with it all day. I'm not sure, but.
Great history here for Kennedy, 14th, 13th, and 4th place back in 2006.
to rookie Brian Smith from California. Slow day yesterday, big day one.
Finally.
All the way till noon to get his first keeper bite yesterday. Not the case this morning.
Come here. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, finally got him. Freaking. Oh, come here, baby. Easy, easy, easy. Finally got a morning bite. And it's a stud. Yes. Oh, dude. What a bite. Holy crap. That thing slacklined it.
Tommy, not a lot of bites, but when you do get them here, they are the right ones.
Man.
That is the way to start Bassmaster Live on FS1 on semifinal Saturday.
That is what lives here. Bryant Smith with only 3 keepers yesterday, yet maintaining his spot in the top 10. Very different from the Catch Fest last week, but this is a place where the giants live, and we will enjoy that all day long. Matt Robertson holding on to his lead, but it has been diminished severely by Brandon Cobb. At this point right now, Steve Kennedy, you saw him strike big as well. Bryant Smith on the board. We got so much more to show you, and we'll be right back.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
So we're here at Santee. I'm not getting a lot of bites, but catching some giant fish, not how you would think. These big fish here, they like the finesse setup. Using a wacky worm, zoom fluke stick, break the tail off, just make it like a stick bait. Little small 1/0 weed guard hook with 10-pound braid and 10-pound leader. I'm using an Arc Hartwell Magic rod. This is rod's designed for a wacky worm. This is what I won Lake Hartwell on, and it's perfect for the wacky worm. You want a light rod. It sounds crazy with these 7- and 8-pounders here, but you want a light rod to be able to get that bait under these tree limbs and tight to the trees. The braid allows you a little more abrasion resistance, but I'm still putting a 10-pound, 100% fluorocarbon Yozuri leader. So it's just a finesse setup to get these pressured fish to bite. There's a lot of people fishing the same stuff, so if they see a big jig or something thudding, a lot of times they don't bite it, but that little straight-tail wacky worm they'll eat.
Number 1.
Trying to be quiet.
Bass Pro Shops top lures with Brandon Cobb for sure. Let's give him a little more screen time here, Mark Zona.
Exactly. Really looking at your Progressive Angler of the Year points, life is going right. Day number 2 of this tournament, Brandon Cobb talking about that little wacky worm that he's been throwing. Got it hooked up on a cypress tree. It was sitting there hung, and a 7-pounder bit it off of the tree for him. Good problem to have for you, the Angler of the Year leader. Life is going right for Brandon Cobb so far this year.
Drew Cook is also in our top 10. In fact, he's second place, former Rookie of the Year who won here in the Santee Cooper Lakes last year. Might as well take a moment to get out to Drew Cook. Brandon Cobb, also, by the way, he also just cut Matt Robertson's lead down considerably during the short fishing time already under our belts this morning. 8 hours of fishing this final day, or semifinal day, I should say.
This is earlier today, and this is the first bass we have seen on camera with Drew Cook that he has not been looking at spawning. He said he could not get bit just fishing.
How about
This is the first one we have seen actually casting with Drew Cook.
I mean, dude, choked a popping frog. Bro, popping frog. Yeah. Yes. Well, maybe we'll just throw a little popping frog on our way up here to this great big one and catch us a couple. That is the first fish that I have caught this week that was not on a bed and I did not see with my eyes. 3-2. Let's go. Let's go.
Well, looking at him catching him that way last year netted him 105 pounds in a Century belt.
I like that.
Let's make a quick move right now from Drew Cook.
Exactly, and right around the corner from Cook is Jacob Porosnik, Potato Creek, the exact area where we saw 100 pounds last year. Definitely playing yet again.
There's a big one.
Come on, baby. Stay on there. I need you to stay on there. I think she came off. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I got that big joker. Oh my gosh. That's the one we came in here for. Oh my gosh. That's a way to start off day number 3. Golly bum. That's the one we came in here for. I don't know where she come from yesterday, dude. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Let's go.
Jacob Porosnik of Virginia owns a Bassmaster Elite Series victory at another big bass factory named Guntersville.
Yeah, and we talk about Drew Cook and Drew Benton being 2 of the best sight fishermen in the country. You can throw Jacob Porosnik in the mix too. Okay, looking at Matt Robertson, basically there's been 3 bullets in his game plan, throwing a swim bait early in Marion, the exact same swim bait that Steve Kennedy's throwing. And then he's been throwing a topwater bait and an old school, fairly old school, hollow body swim bait down in Moultrie. And every day of this tournament, Matt Robertson's been able to come down to Moultrie, Tommy. We talked about this late yesterday. He's been able to come down to Moultrie with 1 or 2 big ones that he has caught on Marion early. Today, that did not happen. So still 0 fish in Matt Robertson's live well.
Ray Hanselman, who only had 3 fish yesterday, but pretty good ones, a 15-pound total, has a 5.5 pounder. He's jumped into our top 10 at 9th place.
If you're just joining us, leader Matt Robertson, no fish in the live well yet. Big one early for Steve Kennedy and Jacob Porosnik.
Probably just shad. It's not what you're looking for.
And that is the beauty of Santee Cooper Lakes, looking at the footage that we've seen this morning with Brian Smith, Jacob Porosnik, Steve Kennedy. It's almost like when a bass is born here, it pretty much is born at about 5 pounds and goes up from there. That's about all you see on camera here.
Yep.
He wants to be on TV.
Rookie of the Year leader David Gaston has our second biggest back to bass to Mark Menendez. He's got a 614. He's in our top 10 right now.
Lost out on the tiebreaker. He was 11th.
Well, we didn't get anything on the shad spawn this morning. Had a couple big followers on the swim bait, but they didn't commit. And yeah, I just went ahead and told myself to get over here and get in the eelgrass, and yeah, we're gonna grind her out like we have the past few days in here. Swim baiting in top water.
And we got some great aerials yesterday of that eelgrass flat that has been so dominant in this tournament for Matt Robertson and a couple other anglers in the top 25. We'll kind of break down that flat that Robertson's done all his damage on today.
Matt Robertson still waiting for the first keeper to come across. Let's get out to Drew Benton, last week's winner at Lake Murray.
Shoot, where did he go?
Boy, most of these big spawners, you stay way off of him. He was right over top of that one.
Gotcha. An old cliffhanger by Big Bite. It's a new sensation worm, hand-poured worm that Clifford Perch designed. And these finicky ones, it catches them. That was just a fry garter there.
Dangerous man, that Drew Benton.
Yes.
Came from 10th place, last man in on the final day last week at Lake Murray. Pulled off the victory. Incredible. Matt Robertson still sitting at 49-14. Brandon Cobb, Steve Kennedy. Porosnik, just saw him put a giant in the boat. Still waiting for something from Luke Palmer, who has such a great record here. Brandon Palnick back in the top 10. He's been in and out for all 2.25 days so far. A lot of action going on here at the Santee Cooper Lakes. We'll be right back.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Craig Herrera, and this is the Bassmaster Elite Forecast looking at weather for Santee Cooper Lakes in Clarendon County, South Carolina for this weekend's tournament. Today looks okay. Saturday we're looking for sun and clouds, temperatures in the low to mid 80s. Nice light breeze coming in out of the southwest, about 10 miles per hour. Water temperatures into the low 70s. Sunday, though, look at that. You got the chance for some stormy conditions. Showers and thunderstorms expected, highs into the mid 70s, a little windy at times. Some of those wind gusts 25 to 30 miles per hour. Good luck to everyone out there. Remember, you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
Craig Herrera and the Fox Weather folks there, Z.
Yes, exactly, Tommy. And Craig Herrera actually took his lower unit out in Jack Slough on Lake Marion. Last year was in a Fishers of Men event, and Craig Herrera a little more careful running around on Santee.
He's a smart guy. You don't have to tell him twice. Giving us the good news about the weather today, which promises not to stick around for tomorrow. So bear that in mind.
Yeah, exactly. Talking about tomorrow's weather, really looking at the anglers on our playing field right here. You see Matt Robertson, Paul Mueller down in Moultrie. Most of your other leaders concentrating on Lake Marion, and really that weather report that we just got from Craig, that's going to be a major factor. You need to kind of get your work done today, because 20 to 30 mile per hour winds on Lake Marion and Lake Moultrie, not a fun proposition.
We're thinking of a guy like Paul Mueller in the upper left-hand corner there when we think about how weather might affect your locale there.
Yeah, and it looks like those winds are going to come out of the south tomorrow. So I think you're going to have a little bit of protection in the Utah Springs, Rock Pond area where some of your leaders are at on Marion. But that area that Robertson is in, and especially upper left-hand corner Paul Mueller, that wind will definitely affect Moultrie if you're down there.
Our leader, Matt Robertson. 4-pound lead to start the day, but still, after about an hour and a half plus of fishing, no keepers yet.
I'm looking at Paul Mueller. Still having a decent day, but man, we got to see two giants yesterday that he did not execute on, fishing a Nico rig worm and a drop shot, a lot of just roaming fish. in 5 to 15 feet of water, some of them near stumps. And ironically, a lot of the fish that he's using his forward-facing sonar that were on the stumps were the hardest ones to catch yesterday. But he had 2 bass that were probably around 13 to 14 pounds combined, not getting in his live well.
And both Mueller and Robertson tell us when they were 1 and 2 yesterday that, man, these fish are just kind of moving aimlessly around. That's what makes them hard to catch. Back over to Drew Cook. We saw him catch a good one just a few minutes ago.
That son of a gun did it again. He did that earlier too. That is not the fish that just blew off. Better check.
When we were here last year, it was 6 weeks earlier, basically, than what it is now. It was a different Santee Cooper at that time, and boy, it was tailor-made for Drew Cook's game.
Exactly. We're looking at the Potato Creek area last year, going over 100 pounds against this man right here from Wisconsin, Caleb Kufall. And looking at what Drew Cook did last year, a lot of the bass being an earlier event, about a month earlier, a lot of those big females, waves were coming to him. A lot of these beds would reload every single day. Really not the case this time around. We're on the tail end of the spawn on Santee Cooper Lake. Still big ones kind of trickling in. But Drew Cook made the comment, it is not like last year. Definitely not as many big ones up shallow in Potato Creek area. Big victory, seeing 2 anglers go over 100 pounds.
These guys like those century belts.
Such does.
Obviously, our morning, it's not bad. It's 8:38. We've got 1.5 in the boat. I don't really know that I caught one until like 10 o'clock yesterday. And really in the day before, you know. Don't really do much until the sun gets up. But we got one nice one, 3-pounder. Our big female wasn't there. And then we came back, this was a 5-pounder that I found late yesterday afternoon with 3 minutes to go. And it does not appear to be here. So we're about to get out of here and get back over in Potato Creek and get to hunting. Hopefully we can hunt down a couple more. Hopefully, I mean, there was a couple of new ones that showed up yesterday. Hopefully there's some more today. It's just all up in the air. Nobody knows. But I've actually seen some fish bust on some stuff. I don't know if it was brim or shad, just in this little pocket.
You talking about the grass earlier between this and last?
Yeah, being a month later, and this place didn't have this grass last year. It's got abundance of grass, all different flavors and types too. Hydrilla, coontail, eelgrass, like everything you could want. Now, they've had this peanut grass and this bank grass, you know, before. Oh my gosh. It was there. I saw one. I don't know where it was hiding though. It's always had this peanut grass and this bank grass and stuff and lily pads, but now it's just got so much more to offer. This place is going to blow up going to be very, very good in the next couple years. I was telling Wes earlier, I really and truly think that within the next 3 years, we could come here and it'd take over 125 pounds to win. That's just what this grass is going to do to this lake. And you know, in 7 years from now, the population from like this year's spawn is going to be way more than it's been, because you know they've only had this little bit of grass to hide in as fry before, and well, now they've got grass everywhere that they can hide in. So you're going to see this whole population of fish grow a lot more. You know, your survival rate's going to be a lot more than it has been in recent years. So look forward to the Santee Cooper Lakes here in Clarendon County to be on the upswing.
That is great information from Drew Cook, and a hats off to the South Carolina DNR letting this grass flourish and not totally just devastating it like we see in other places throughout the country. And
they actively
Santee
spread
Cooper
this
Lakes.
stuff too.
Yes.
I mean, they acted. That's an active job, proactive by the DNR people. This is a man-made lake, so you have to make man-made changes here to keep it up and keep the fishing getting better. And Drew Cook made a great case for the success of their operation. Good article on that, Bassmaster.com. You'll want to check it out from David Brown. Matt Robertson, though, still waiting for his first keeper of the day. That's our story right now for sure. Brandon Cobb, he's got a small one in the boat there that has cut into his lead severely. Steve Kennedy with a big one. Jacob Porosnik as well. We saw him catch a giant. Palmer, Polinick. Drew Cook may be threatening to move back to Potato Creek and look for some spawners. We got plenty more yet to come. Still early on day 3. Santee Cooper Lakes. Catch week 3 of the USFL season on Fox starting tonight as the Memphis Showboats take on the Houston Gamblers at 7 Eastern. Then tomorrow, the New Jersey Generals take on the Michigan Panthers at 4 Eastern, all on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Yeah, a lot of teams trying to keep pace with the Michigan Panthers. Definitely been on a roll. Solid defense. And the Memphis Showboats need to tighten up a little bit, Tommy Sanders, down in the south. The Birmingham Stallions starting to run away with that division.
I did have an omen about the Showboats, so I looked in a closet yesterday, found a 40-year-old Memphis Showboats hat from one of their earlier incarnations. I will bring it tomorrow if they win.
Give me a break.
No, really, it's true. You'll see. Well, we're going to see what's happening on this day, this very important semifinal Saturday. Stop 4 of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series at the storied Santee Cooper Lakes. Drew Cook and trying to catch them without trying to find spawners, but I think he's finally he's gone looking again.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. On that north side of the lake, really from where Drew Cook is to the Potato Creek area, Drew Cook, Drew Benton, Jacob Porosnik, it would not be fun to be a spawning bass. Ever.
Because that's what happens to you.
Definitely a female on that bed
Yes.
yesterday. Whenever I marked.
You are going for a boat ride.
But we will take him.
Big bite bait fighting frog. Same as we got to see Drew Benton use last week. Got a picture of those. We'll send them to Ronnie for the screen of knowledge.
I never saw this male yesterday, though. But I didn't have time, like I said. 3-pounder. Here it is, Clarendon County, Santee Cooper Lakes. I love this place. Love these fish. They're so fun. Wish we'd come here every year. Oh. Maybe that big female will come up there now. We can play ball.
Not ask for better conditions for what Drew Cook, Benton, Porosnik are doing today. First 2 days of this tournament, very, very cloudy.
History obviously repeats itself, because this is the exact same thing I was catching them on last year. This and the new Big Bite Quarantine Crawl. It's in the Sensation formula. Whenever I want something to kind of really that I can hide good, and something that, you know, a lot of these fish this week have been pressured. You know, this late in the spawn, you know, they're not just all first flippers. You know, they've wanted something smaller and not as intrusive. That's whenever I've been using the quarantine crawl. And if I'm throwing at one from a long way away, this is what I'll use. You know, it's got the fighting frog legs. It's 4 1/4 inches long. It's got, I mean, I can put a 5/0 hook in there, but there's nothing, like there's no way you don't hook them. But I like that to throw up there at them. And I think whenever you're further away, that scent that's in there, I mean, it does not hurt. You know, then the tails still, you know, wiggle and stuff whenever you beat the rods. So there's been pretty much 3 main baits: the quarantine crawl, the 4-inch fighting frog, and the 5-inch fighting frog. The 5-inch fighting frog, whenever I really want something big in there, to either if there's a male and a female and I'm blind fishing for them, I want something big that hope the male doesn't bite. Or if they're acting kind of funny, I need something big to go through the bed for them to really get protective over it. That's whenever I'll use that big one, and then follow it up with the quarantine crawl or the small one. Most of the time after you pull that big one through there, the next flip they'll bite.
For some of our older viewers watching Bassmaster Live here, and I can attest to this, also having good eyes, Tommy Sanders, does not hurt.
Yeah.
Besides having the right bait.
That's another important tool in his arsenal there for sure. That went in as a 3-pounder, pushed him up into 4th place.
He has a little persuasion in him too. If you remember last year, day 3 was going to be canceled. He had 56 pounds, 9 ounces after 2 days and wanted to go. He was among the anglers who asked the Bass officials to extend the tournament to Monday, which we got to go through a lot of loophole to get that done. And he got it done and got his 100 pounds.
30-mile-per-hour winds tomorrow. We may be doing that yet again, Such.
Such, just, yeah.
No.
Don't say that too loud.
It's a championship Monday.
Throw that omen out there for us.
Little bit slower today for Steve Kennedy, fishing around that 95 bridge on that shad spawn gig. And like you said, Such, it wasn't on fire for Kennedy yesterday, not getting a lot of bites, but definitely big ones. But really the story of the morning is Matt Robertson right now, 0 fish in his live well. So that flat, this area is called the Hatchery down in Lake Moultrie, where Robertson's at. A lot of other anglers fishing in that area, looking about 2 to 4 feet of water, and basically an eelgrass flat with a lot of potholes in there. So Matt Robertson, really, if you looked at what he's weighed in, a lot of post-spawn fish moving through this flat. But also a flat like that, wherever eelgrass grows, generally you have a hard bottom. So no doubt a lot of fish have spawned there, still probably garden fry in that area. Robertson did tell us that he lost a few big fish midday yesterday, but no bites so far.
Ooh, what was all that about, bud? I woke something up.
Dude, this is some of the strangest looking bottom I have ever seen.
Let's go over to Luke Palmer. Good record here. Finished 4th last year in that big catch fest on the Santee Cooper Lakes. Really aching about that first Elite Series win.
Yep, using his forward-facing sonar on these cypress trees the exact way he caught them last year. This one was moments ago. Oh boy.
Stay hooked.
Yes! 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 Baby! Oh, thank you, Lord.
Oh, I spent time on her, ain't I?
Yes!
Thank you, Lord. All that time, baby, all that time.
Yes!
That sunbuck was strong. See strip and drag on me? Dang, I'm shaking.
He's taking over the lead by 10 ounces over Matt Robertson.
Quarter ounce weight, yum, woolly bug.
I don't. You're watching me, I'm changing. It looks like I'm changing baits, and I'm really not. When I'm picking up different rods, I've got 3 rods rigged up the same. And all I'm doing is changing weight size. Like I've got a 3/16, a quarter, and a 5/16. And depending on how them fish are sometimes setting, you can take that heavier weight, because that quarter or 3/16, when you go to shaking it, it'll move out of the bed. When you got that 5/16 or a 3/8, you can sit there and really shake it, and it keeps that bait in one spot instead of moving on out of the bed. And that's what I finally picked up, this heavier weight, and I was shaking the fire out of it. And she finally ate. We caught one. We didn't blink. We said she was big, didn't we, whenever we seen her on the scope. Can I get it? Oh, yeah.
If you really watch that catch, staring at his forward-facing sonar, basically sight fishing with his electronics for spawners, and said this sun will definitely help him. If there is a angler to watch off of his record here last year and what he is doing, fishing these cypress trees, way different. Notice that cypress tree all alone compared to the mass of trees in the back of that pocket. Luke Palmer dialing in very confident after our day 2 weigh-in.
Luke Palmer from Colgate, Oklahoma, one of our anglers like Kennedy, like Drew Benton, improving throughout the course of this tournament, upping his weights. Day 2 over day 1. Luke Palmer on top right there. Matt Robertson still looking for his first keeper of the day. Brandon Cobb hanging in there. He's dropped down into 3rd place, and Drew Cook has moved up into 4th place on this day. Porosnik, Holonick, Gaston, Benton, Ray Hanselman round out our top 10.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
50 anglers about to roll into their 3rd hour of fishing here at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. 3rd stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series here in Clarendon County, South Carolina. Beautiful, very wild and natural area with so much wildlife and so much life, period, going on here, Mark Zona.
Exactly. Whoa, easy now. Easy, Zachers. Taking a look at a lot of the environment around Lake Marion, Lake Moultrie, Santee Cooper Lakes, very target rich. If you were to paint a picture of what a bass fishing lake looks like, well, this would be it. If you look at the tens of thousands of cypress trees, the one thing that we have learned throughout the years coming to Santee Cooper Lakes, all cypress trees are not created equal. There are magic trees on this body of water. Going to get back down to Luke Palmer, who just caught a giant before our commercial break. Luke Palmer live.
Wasn't sending good. That's fine.
God.
Please be bass. Oh.
Biggin. Yes, sir! Yes! Just fell out of her too. Oh. Yeah! Got a baby! Oh. Man, son. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Yes! Oh. Can I get a oh yeah? Thank you, Lord. I watched her coming behind out of that grass, and all of a sudden it stopped. Like the blob just stopped following. We might get to fish tomorrow with them two. Good start. Good start, Ricky. I just caught that one on a jerkbait there. I just want to do something different. I found a couple piles out here in practice, and I caught a decent one on a chatterbait out of it. And I was like, why not? I mean, pull over here and spam busters, 4.5. But that's the first fish I've caught out of eelgrass in the tournament. Practice, I was catching them out of eelgrass, and she come out of eelgrass. Just, I don't know. Sometimes you make the right move and right call, and
no doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. Power pole replay of the day. Luke Palmer feeling it after the day 2 weigh-in, said eerily similar to last year, catching this giant off of a cypress tree, exactly how he caught them yesterday and day 1 of competition, using his forward-facing sonar. But the different face of Santee Cooper Lakes this time around, after catching one off a cypress tree, turning around, getting in 3 to 5 foot of water in eelgrass, and just throwing a jerkbait out. And when it is your time, man, certain things you can't explain. About 10 minutes after that big cypress tree fish, backing it up with a big one here out of eelgrass. Power pole replay of the day from Oklahoma, Luke Palmer.
That was awesome. I wonder if we were just watching the playbook for winning this tournament here in 2023 on the Santee Cooper Lakes. That was masterful. All of a sudden, he's got a 5-pound advantage over Matt Robertson.
11 pounds on 2 fish. Oof, that's a great way to start. Need I remind you, last year on day 3, he had 33 pounds. Of course, it was spawning bass, and he had a 9.4 and a 7.13.
Matt Robertson from Catawba, Kentucky Lake area. Lots of Tennessee River experience. Lots of big bass experience.
Big bass experience, big bait experience.
Come on, fish. Let's do something. Give me a little love here. Let's not miss it. Let's not short strike it. Let's eat it.
And that was one of the things Robertson said. Day 1, absolutely choking that swim bait and topwater bait. Yesterday, though, and he said one of the things, and we heard this from other anglers, some of the hardest fighting bass that they have fished for the last few years on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and very fast when they would hit your swim bait. You had to literally grind to keep up with them and get a hook in them.
Kind of as expected. I've had 2 bites, caught 1, missed 1. It's not fast-paced fishing by any means. I've been going to the bank a little bit every day, just try to catch some keepers mixed in, but all the big ones I've caught have been doing this, so I think I know what I need to have a chance to win, stay up there high. We're just going to keep doing this. If I catch some of the big ones, we'll be all right. And honestly, some of the fish I've been catching are so big doing this, you might not even have to catch 5 fish and still have an okay bag. I can see having, 20 without a limit. So we're just going to keep doing it today. Didn't miss one, though. First one I've missed. Well, I missed a couple. First one I've stuck and it came off.
Guys, Santee Cooper is a great place to be, the 4th stop of the 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series season, and it brings us to a legendary body of water. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. At the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, just kind of breaking down how important and legendary of a body of water Santee Cooper is. There's a short list of lakes across the country, whether they're in California, Texas, Florida, Alabama, or even here in South Carolina where Santee Cooper is. It's one of those short list lakes where you can experience things at Santee Cooper you can do nowhere else hardly, and that comes when we talk about the Bassmaster Century Club. We talked about it, breaking 100 pounds for 4 days. It's a very difficult feat to do. It's happened 54 different times in Bassmaster history since they started keeping track of that, in the early 2000s and whatnot. And at Santee Cooper, the 3 anglers who are in our current field of 104 that have broken the 100-pound mark, they all made the cut this week. We mentioned it. Drew Cook, seeing him on camera, and Steve Kennedy today. Both are off to good starts this morning. Last year's champion, Drew Cook, 105 pounds, 5 ounces to win that. Steve Kennedy, we mentioned it. No finishes outside the top 14 in his 3 Elite Series events here previously. He's on pace to do that again this week, another top 15. He broke the century mark in 2006. And then Caleb Kufal had a 4-fish day yesterday, but still good enough weight to sneak into the cut. 27th place. He may move up and try to make Championship Sunday tomorrow. So these 3 guys all got century clubs here at Santee Cooper. And that kind of sets the tone for, like we said, there's only a couple lakes in the country where magic can happen like it does at Santee Cooper. 8 different Century Club belts have been won at Santee. That's the 3rd most of any lake in the nation. Falcon Lake has 15. Absolutely crazy how the top 12 in 2008 all got 100 pounds or more. Then Fork, we've gone there 4 times, and we've had 9 Century Clubs. This is the 4th stop for Santee, so maybe if the winner does break 100 like Matt Robertson is basically on pace for, then we can go and tie Lake Fork. In our 4th stop at Santee, we can maybe get our 9th Century Club. Then looking at the overall heaviest weight to ever come here, in 2006, when Steve Kennedy got 4th place and broke 100 pounds, he lost by over 10 pounds to this man, Preston Clark, 115 pounds, 15 ounces. At the time, it set the all-time Bassmaster weight record, 115 pounds, 15 ounces. That now sits 11th all-time. The only lakes that are in the top 10 above Santee Cooper would be Falcon Lake and Clear Lake out in California. So this place is special, and we have to kind of come in with that mentality and that perspective of seeing how special Santee is. Even if it's not fishing excellent like we have it this week, there's still possibilities of 25-pound bags per day and getting 100 for 4 days.
Absolutely agree with you there. So much. It is on the short list of the biggest of the big bass fisheries in the world. That is for sure. And we are so proud to be here on this 4th stop of the year for the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite event. Luke Palmer from Southeast Oklahoma has now put himself atop the leaderboard with a healthy lead. Ahead of Matt Robertson, Brandon Cobb still looking for his 2nd keeper of the day. A lot happening out there and more to come. Fox Saturday Baseball heats up with an NL East rivalry as Ronald Acuna Jr. and the Braves take on Pete Alonso and the Mets. Or the Cubs take on the Marlins. It all goes down today at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific on Fox. Big day for ball games.
Not to switch gears on you, Tommy, about that Talladega race that we were promoting last week. Had a big winner in that race.
Yeah.
Good stuff right there.
That one out,
Cowboys getting it done. very, very aggressive driving in that place.
Which that place demands, for sure. Absolutely.
You know, and one thing to really look at here on this body of water, whenever you come to Santee Cooper Lakes, one of the biggest differences from being down the road last week at Lake Murray, where there were so many fish catches throughout the day. The one thing about Santee Cooper Lakes, it is a, look, some of your obvious, hold on, Brandon Cobb hooked up right here.
This one's got his attention.
Pretty big one. That's a good one. I reeled down, I was like, where'd my worm go? It was in his mouth. Look, 6-pounder. Well, it's slow, but we'll take it. He was about under the boat while I sat the hook. Did you see that? That probably warrants a retie. Enough to make your hand shake right there. Make it hard to retie. I think the big ones I'm catching are pre-spawn, actually. They all look like pre-spawn. Could be just spawned a long time ago and been eating shad, but that's true, they would smell like shrimp. He had big scales, he wasn't a shad spawner.
Steve Kennedy with one.
I had a big bite along his wall yesterday. I can't believe it's not here. That's the best feeling. I'm looking at you and it goes, donk. Oh no, stay in there. Whew, needed that. It's like about a 4. Three something, maybe. Got her. Not paying attention at all. How do we do that again? What do you think? Not as bad, but I'm shaking still. It's going 3.5. He's not a 4. He's going on your side. Give me some. Boom. They're still biting. Whew, look at all this.
Well, we have covered Steve Kennedy a long time, and absolutely still turns into a kid when he catches a bass.
And then we fished it earlier. I didn't get a bite, but I think we started right where she was sitting. She's up under that dock.
That 4 will put him right up behind Brandon Cobb, who is now right up behind our leader, Luke Palmer.
I'm trying.
Well, what one of the things I was getting at before Cobb caught that 6-pounder was it looks great on paper. The footage here on FS1 on Santee Cooper Lakes, but it is not easy. There are some of the best shallow water fishermen that right now are on their way home watching this broadcast. It's not like you go out and, hey, I've caught 5 that weigh 25 pounds. If you get 5 bites here, you have the potential for a giant stringer, but has not been an easy event. And that really never is. Even when we cross 100 pounds, It is always a case of the haves and the have-nots on Santee Cooper Lakes.
Had a couple of our recent Classic champions, Z, kind of really fall down on day one. Then Jason Christie and Hank Cherry had 22 pounds yesterday to catapult up inside our cut at 22nd for Christie and 32nd for Cherry. If they hadn't, they would be down in the 70s, close to 80 in our Angler of the Year race, in the top 40 make it to back to the Classic.
And you know what's funny? The weigh-in stage with Dave Mercer, days 1 and days 2, there's some of the best fishermen on earth that were shell-shocked. And why I say that was, even though that there was obviously huge stringers, you know, Matt Robertson on day 1 catching over 28 pounds, but there was still a lot of just 17.5 to 22 pound bags that Luke Palmer hooked up.
Don't come off. Don't come off. Yes, sir. Yes. Whew. Yes. Oh, fry garter. Finally caught that fry garter. Man, I'm scared she's gonna. She about flexed my hook plumb out. I knew it too, because when she went that way, I was like, boy, that ain't good. Oh, thank you, Lord. Shaking. Thank you, Lord. A little drop shot. Switched up, went finesse on him. 20-pound test. Nah, this is 18. I backed off on him just a little bit.
You are catching the right ones, Tommy.
When I pitched in there, he started reacting to it real quick. I was like, So this is what it's going to take, Mr. Fishy. And I was like, dink, went sideways. Thank you, sir.
When you say that a fish almost flexed your flipping hook out, you are catching the quality you need.
Complete hate.
3 fish for got to be over 15 pounds for Luke Palmer right there. Jacob Porosnik striking early with a big giant in the boat, the one he went there to get, and he got it. Brandon Cobb catching fire here as well.
Interesting in this tournament, Lake Moultrie has dominated for your anglers first and second place first couple days of this tournament, but Marion making a comeback right now. The big one definitely on fire on Santee Cooper Lakes.
Just exactly what we came for, what we are looking forward to see this week. It's all going down on semifinal Saturday, and look at Luke Palmer up there above 55 pounds. Matt Robertson still waiting for his first keeper of the day. Steve Kennedy moving up the leaderboard. Actually, he has surpassed Brandon Cobb. Those two very, very tight together. Just a margin of error apart. Drew Cook, Porosnik with a big one as well. We got a lot happening here semifinal Saturday and plenty more to come.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Field cut in half after yesterday's weigh-in. 50 anglers out there today on the Santee Cooper Lakes for this AFTCO Bassmaster Elite, 4th stop of the year for the Elite Series in Clarendon County here in the coastal plain, bordering on the low country, South Carolina. What a legendary fishery full of giants. The story of the first 2 days, Matt Robertson, the Kentucky angler, leading both days. We get out here on day number 3, and he has been a long time and still no keepers in the boat, Mark Zona.
Exactly right. Coming into the day with about a 4-pound lead. Not the case anymore. Matt Robertson down in Lake Moultrie looking for his first keeper.
Big one. Come on, baby. Hooked in the side. Come here, baby. Not a big one, but we'll take it, especially after this slow start. Whatever. Slow start, skinny, we'll take it. I'm telling you, it's a topwater day. You wouldn't think it's a topwater day, high sun, whatever, but it is. Skinny. But we broke the ice, baby. Broke the ice. Now we just need to drain the pond. Take our time today, not rush through this stuff. Them blow-ups, I swear, I think a 1 pounder could hit it, and I'd say it's big. And I think we're on a stump. 100% on a stump.
Tommy, a well-behaved, a mature Matt Robertson this time around on the Bassmaster Elite Series, which is fairly rare on Bassmaster Live cameras.
Has some people asking for their money back, I think.
Exactly. What is going on
There's
here?
enough grass there for me, making it hard to see.
True button.
There's the male.
Drew Benton with a big stringer yesterday.
Can you just kind of describe what you're fishing at there, the two fish?
So I was just cruising down through here and found this little one, and I told you, I said it's so late and there's so few fish up here. There, potentially could be a female on it, so I wasn't even gonna fish for this one. And I backed up, and while this one was gone, a female rolled up there, and I pitched in there and got her to bite really quick and lost her. And every time this one left, she inches up there, so I went ahead and called him, because I think they're probably in that stage where she's ready to commit to the bed, and if I get him out of the way, she'll go on up there. It's really a 50-50 shot. I mean,
Just show me the big one.
yep, this is a big bite fighting frog. This is tilapia magic, and just a old school 4/0 wide gap on her worm hook, a 5/16 weight, 20-pound Seaguar Viz-X.
And basically, being the tail end of the spawn, Tommy, it's kind of like it's the last hour at the club. You kind of pretty much every male and female that are looking to spawn are not very picky.
No.
If I hadn't hooked her and lost her, it'd probably be game over right now, but we'll see.
Drew Benton will continue to focus on that one. Back out to Matt Robertson, now on the board after about 2.5 hours of futility so far this morning.
Big, big one. Come on, baby. You're the one we need. Oh my God. Come on, baby. Come on, God, please.
Oh.
Seven-pounder.
Absolute giant for Matt. Oh my God, that's all of 7 pounds. Long cast with a topwater bait over this eelgrass flat. You heard his braid, using that braid to get long cast, not a lot of stretch, cuts that eelgrass, not going to get that one in the boat. And that is got to see it yesterday. It is hard to make up a 7-pounder anywhere on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
I really don't know what I did wrong except for go after it. Maybe too much slack in the line. But it's part of topwater fishing. There'll be more. I told you it's topwater.
That's a huge miss.
Wish I had a pair of shorts on by get sunburned. Wendell's casting me right now.
Saw that yesterday, Z, from Paul Mueller, who rebounded to have 15 pounds or so, but you lose 2 fish, 7 and a 6, and he would be way more in the game than he is, and Matt can't afford with just 1 fish in the box to lose one like that. That's.
See if I can see.
We don't like to use a power pole replay of the day for a lost fish.
Where are you at?
Porosnik hooked up.
Not a big one, but a fish. Inside the mouth. I don't know how I didn't hook it the first time. Well, we got about 10 pounds now. Now we just need a couple more.
Giant in the box.
There's just
already.
a lot of fish in here. About that, you know, that size and a little bit bigger. There's a bunch back here guarding fry. I need to check these other 2 beds right here because I went by them so fast.
DH Marine Weather Watch real quickly for you here. High, plenty warm today, 85 degrees, warmest day so far. Low tonight of 63 degrees, another warmish night. Partly cloudy, mostly sunny so far today with winds most manageable, 5 to 10 miles an hour. Tomorrow, a different story. Cooler night following thunderstorms in the morning.
Thunderstorms in the morning, and the big story for Championship Sunday on FS1 is going to be a massive amount of wind. That will change the face of this tournament. We got to see that on Saturday last week on Lake Murray.
Yeah. I have to correct an error from earlier this morning. I said Jacob Porosnik's Elite Series full field win came on Guntersville, did not, came on Toledo Bend. As we all know.
Yes.
We all know, remember.
Doing this.
Except not sometimes.
Fishing this style, so.
Yeah, he told us a story. That week, didn't expect the spawn, thought it was kind of maybe like this week where it was the tail end of it, launched his boat, goes to hop on it from the shore, and there's a bed right there, and that's how he found his pattern to win Toledo, and he's obviously using sight fish this week at Santee, even though it's the tail end as well.
Yeah, not too far from the takeoff down there in Toledo Bend. Luke Palmer, though, angler from Oklahoma, looking for his first Elite Series victory, pining for it, and he's making it come true, at least for now, on day number 3. Semifinal Saturday, Brandon Cobb and Matt Robertson on the board, at least, and a bad one to get off just moments ago.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Bassmaster Live, where we are having a great Saturday at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite, Santee Cooper Lakes. This is day 3 of 4 days of fishing. That means this is semi-final day at a place where the big ones live, to be sure, and the bites are not huge in number. Very few bites as we take a look at the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch, David Gaston. The man on top of that, having taken over that lead from Bryant Smith, Mark Zona.
Exactly, looking at the Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year watch and how quickly things could change. Last week, man, he was an absolute superstar. Koya Fujita getting it done on Lake Murray. Not the case. 100th place this time around.
Oh.
So definitely hostile. Going to be very interesting going to our next venue, Lay Lake in Alabama. A lot of your shallow water anglers, so keep your eye on David Gaston. Going to get back on the water with one of those rookies right now from California. Very touted coming to the Bassmaster Elite Series. A little bit slow on day 2. Solid one in his live well, Bryant Smith from California.
I caught a good one early today.
Both Smith and Gaston fished professionally on a smaller touring level right before joining the Elite Series this year.
What a camera shot.
No way.
That's one way to do it.
That was a great camera shot from Brian Heavey. Very good.
I can't believe he came back. Oh, yeah. Number 2. We'll take it. We will take it. It's not much, but we're way ahead of the game from yesterday.
Bryant Smith with only 3 keepers yesterday, yet hanging on to his position in the top 10. That's how few and far between the bites can be.
I wonder if that was a bass. Apparently it was. We'll take that. I wouldn't mind catching him on a swim jig. That'd be fun.
Yeah. Taking a look at that swim jig right there. I believe that's the first fish we've seen on camera with the swim jig. Going to see a little bit at the next tournament. Keep your eye on it right there. Coming through that water willow. Fish misses it. Bryant Smith pitches back in there. That does not happen very often.
Get ready.
Drops it right where he missed that bass. Got him. Very solid.
That is fun.
We should see a lot of that style fishing in a couple weeks in Alabama.
Oh, absolutely. Going to Lay Lake on the Coosa River. Home waters of one of our top 10 to start the day.
Bite number 2. Not a very big one, but I will absolutely take it with as tough as it's been for me these past couple days. Just throwing a swim jig right now. A little rage crawl on the back, keeping it up high, and I mean, I got really lucky that that fish came back 3 times. He wanted to be on camera. There is no doubt there. But I'm gonna run a little bit more of this grass, and hopefully I can run into a few more. I've been getting a couple bites on a swim jig every day, but I just haven't been eating it. So maybe today's the day. Cover enough of this water willow and get 1 or 2 more to come up and really settle into the rest of the day. But we are way ahead of schedule compared to yesterday. A couple more bites would be really, really nice. That's where she should have been too. A little shade pocket like that.
Good start to the year for Bryant Smith from Roseville, California there, just below the Sierras. Over to Drew Cook.
3-4. Number 4. I don't know if that fish was there yesterday or not. If it was, it was covered up with grass or something, because I surely didn't see it, you know.
3 1/4 for his 4th keeper. Drew Cook will move into the top 4 right now. Still about 10 pounds and change behind Luke Palmer's pace.
Nice. Nice.
Drew Cook and Drew Benton, Jacob Porosnik, they have done a lot with a little, because there are a lot of other anglers that were trying to get the sight fishing game to play in that same region of the lake that couldn't even put together a limit on the first 2 days of this tournament. So good work from Cook, Benton, and Porosnik. Kind of really look at Matt Robertson just losing a 7-pounder on a top water bait. That's the one thing that we've seen, how he transitions throwing a top water bait when it gets slick and sunny, when you get a little bit of cloud cover and wind. He's going to a hollow belly swim bait, Tommy, that we got to see on Clear Lake a long time ago.
Yep. While we were at break just moments ago, there was another catch for Luke Palmer. We've got that to play for you right now.
And one of the keys to those isolated cypress trees, clear of eelgrass and a little bit of depth, 2 to 4 feet of water, not shallow trees.
There we go.
He might get eaten in there. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. I thought he's gonna be a big one. I guess I hit him when he was going sideways.
Entered that as a 2 1/4. I think it's a little bit better than that.
I think his last 2 have been a little bigger than what they were entered on Bass Track as.
That's one thing we've seen last year and a half on the Bassmaster Elite Series. A lot of folks thought forward-facing sonar was only going to play in deep water, but you see Luke Palmer.
One good one in there. Real good one.
Seeing a lot of these fish on these cypress trees.
That's what bad that was yesterday. I caught one about 3 pounds there yesterday.
Yeah, because we have no idea if we've been live or are live or. Yeah, we hadn't said any bad words.
Tommy, for some of our young anglers, high school and college, if you have a live camera in your boat, you're live.
Just assume you're live.
You're live.
So easy.
If not, it's being recorded.
Don't be so shocked when we say, hey, you're live.
Yeah. We've all had to learn that through the last 8 years of Bassmaster.
Right. That's right. It's a hard lesson, but it works.
Even commercial breaks at times we have been live.
I was hoping not to even have to think about that anymore, but it happens. Luke Palmer on top right now, and it is. The bites are not plentiful here. None of our top 10 has a limit of fish in the boat yet, and we're into the 4th hour of fishing for these guys. So it's every catch very precious. You cannot make too many mistakes out there today. We got plenty more to come from the Santee Cooper Lakes.
Yeah!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Bassmaster Live, and our live coverage continues here at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite Santee Cooper Lakes. 4 days of fishing. We're getting closer and closer to the halfway point of day number 3. So important, day 3, because you have to do big things today. You have to get in the top 10 if you want a shot at the championship tomorrow. What a fishery, giant place, 160,000 acres.
Yeah, getting a good look at our playing field right here. Lake Moultrie, Lake Mary, and Santee Cooper Lakes. Little bit slow down there in Moultrie today. Matt Robertson and Paul Mueller definitely had several fish in their live well at this time yesterday. Not the case so far here today. Definitely Lake Marion, a way bigger player. And the interesting thing about Santee Cooper Lakes this time around compared to when we were here last year is either sight fishing or cypress trees. This time around, we're seeing a lot more diversity being a little bit later in the year. Lily pads, sight fishing, eelgrass. We've seen some brush pile fishing throughout this tournament. So a lot more diverse, different techniques playing.
We got the man in the top left, Oklahoma's Luke Palmer, in the lead, finished 4th here last time.
Yeah, and Tommy, Luke Palmer fishing actually if you notice that last fish catch, Luke Palmer was very quiet and sneaky. He's very close to your Angler of the Year leader, Brandon Cobb, in proximity down in the Rocks Pond area. And Palmer said, I know it's 101 throwing a wacky worm with a spinning rod like Brandon Cobb has. We've seen so many other leaders. Very popular way to catch him on the cypress trees here. He said, man, I have flipped these cypress trees purposely with very heavy line because I know I can turn a fish, and I'm fishing for bass that will not react to those finesse presentation.
Pretty good. Even Aaron's okay sometimes when he's asleep. Huh? I don't guess I know him. Okay. That may have been before I met him. Because I've just known Aaron for about 3-4 years now. He probably has. There's one of his buddies, and I can't remember, his name Dustin, and he got daggum cancer. And that's what we got his bracelet and stuff on there and got me that, battling together with it. So, but he had some good news the other day. He went, they've been doing some chemo and stuff, and Aaron told me, he said, we went back the other day, and he said most of it was gone, so it's working, so that's awesome. Well, this has been just a pretty decent morning. It's not super pumped about it. I am. I'm tickled to death of what I have. Like to go, I've got 4. Just doing kind of, I've caught them doing a couple of, all 3 fish have come off of different baits today. One come off a bed, one come on a jerk bait, and one come on a drop shot, and then I caught another one on a woolly bug and stuff, but it's been a grind. This whole week's not been a super, it looks like the weights look like we just jack the snot out of them every day, but it's been a grind, I need to catch 7 fish today. It's kind of weird to be only looking for 7 fish, but it seems like when you set the hook here, they're, 2.5 to sometimes 7-8 pounds. So just got to keep plugging away. My trees haven't really reloaded. Well, here's a big one sitting here, but it's just a matter of pulling up on the right tree and things going right. Because I'm going to fish a bunch of trees today and just hope they pull up. That's kind of, I don't like playing a hope game. I like to know what ones they're on, but you really don't. All the fish that I've caught today have come off of stuff that I haven't caught a fish off of yet. So just got to keep rotating and like I said, run across the right tree. I can pull up to one tree and it's liable to have 2 to 5 fish on it and bust 25 pounds. So just got to keep my head down and keep going. I'm gonna keep this woolly bug in my hand. That's how I've caught every fish except today. So just keep rotating. It's gonna happen. We got the good start. I got 2 really good fish and then 2 keepers. So maybe we can get rid of those 2 keepers and really be sitting pretty today.
Mark Manetta is sitting pretty. He just caught a 6.5 pounder to go with his Phoenix Boats Big Bass 7 pound. He's in 6th place with 17 pounds.
Exactly right. Your VMC on point, Luke Palmer today. Boy, you know you are spoiled when you have 4 bass in your live well that weigh a little bit over 16 pounds and saying, well, it's been a mediocre morning here on Santee Cooper. And really, all trees, all cypress trees, not created equal. It's not what is above the water, it's below. He said clear areas without eelgrass and a little bit deeper, backing it up here with, fair to call this one a bonus fish, catching a jerkbait fish out of the eelgrass just outside of his key cypress trees. And the main thing, he said, you cannot get too shallow. If you get in those trees that are a foot to a foot and a half of water, you don't get bite. Little depressions, 2 to 4 feet of water, a yum woolly bug, small creature bait with a small weight, 3/16, predominantly a 1/4 ounce, then transitioning to a 5/16. Your VMC on point this morning, Luke Palmer.
Tree you're gonna pull up on. Like these trees in here, I think I found 3 fish on them yesterday, and I caught 2 of them. So they got relocated to Tawcaw Creek. So, and we just caught 1 in here. So maybe we'll just keep moving around, keep a flipping rod in my hand. I mean, I'm happy when I get to put a carry Amistad in my pocket and get just cracking them. That is enjoyment for me. I don't think I've caught 1 on a spinning rod this week as far as in the turn. I don't even think I caught 1 in practice, maybe 1. I was wanting to cover water and I couldn't. That's too slow for me, especially when I'm not catching very many fish. But I know guys, that's how a lot of them are catching them. Cobb told me he's catching them doing it. So, and this is a wacky lake, especially with, the eelgrass has really came back. So that's, here in a couple of years, this lake, I mean, it's really good. I mean, it's good all the time, but you're going to get a good spawn. These fish got something to hide in. It's going to be exciting here in a few years at this lake. Hope it gets exciting.
Palmer out of Oklahoma, looking for his first win on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and a good fisherman and a good dude to cover. Always gives up the info, a lot like Jason Christie from Oklahoma. Covered a lot of anglers in the past that were not very easy to cover out of Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's right. Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert. Mark Menendez, 6.5 pounder, went with his 7 pounder earlier. He's in our top 10 now from 34th place.
You already scooped yourself on that one, Such. Mark Menendez, we were in the boat with him all day yesterday. Painfully slow day for him yesterday, but boy, he has sort of changed the outlook today.
Had almost 22 pounds on day 1, only 9.5 yesterday with 4 fish. If he would have caught that 7 pounder this morning, he would have been in our top 10 and had a camera.
Matt Robertson, talk about big fish. He lost one about half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago.
Went right back under that grass.
For all appearances, a 7 pounder. That is a big part of the story here today.
That is a big part of the story. That bass was that was a game changer, especially, and we got to cover Matt Robertson yesterday. That's exactly what we opened up with here on Bassmaster Live. Matt Robertson not getting a ton of bites down in Moultrie and pretty much needed to capitalize on everything he hooked up with, especially not catching one early today on Marion.
It's crystal clear back here, and there's fish swimming everywhere, but they're almost impossible to catch. There were 2 up there that kept going back to the same spot. So I think I can make the cast. And then when they left, they go back under the dock. At one point, they actually swam over toward my bait. I thought I was gonna get one, and that was with the sun out bright. So. And there was one up there on the bed. I know where a couple of fish are in here. So.
When if there was a day for Paul Mueller to capitalize fishing further offshore down on Moultrie. Today is it. High skies, no wind, and no fish so far for Paul Mueller.
And those guys that you were thinking, you said everybody needs to capitalize on what they can get today, and those two guys, especially down there with winds coming tomorrow, need to make something happen if they're going to stick with that plan for the remainder of the day. Matt Robertson, our leader to start the day after leading the first 2 days. Now he's almost 8 pounds behind. Luke Palmer, our new leader. Brandon Cobb in second place. And more fishing on the way as we get closer to midday. Catch week 3 of the USFL season on Fox starting tonight as the Memphis Showboats take on the Houston Gamblers at 7 Eastern. Then tomorrow, New Jersey Generals take on the Michigan Panthers at 4 Eastern, all on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Yeah, big USFL weekend, big NFL weekend with the draft. Did it feel, Tommy, like strangely weird that the Detroit Lions had like 37 picks last night and rounds 2 and 3?
Yeah, well, wheeling and dealing. That's
exactly.
That makes for a wild night sometimes at the NFL draft.
Sneak out on the water right now.
Yeah.
Jacob Porosnik just around our takeoff there at John C. Land.
2 fish, one of them a really good one, 6.5 pounder.
That's right, she got it again. Come here. That's right. I mean, what is this? I got to catch them twice a day? Or, hook them twice? Decent little fish. Come on, baby. 2 more and we're going to go fish for some. The problem is, if I catch 1 more, we're going to do it. Because, I'll get a bite. The problem is, they just hadn't been. But there's some nice ones in here, too.
Couple nice fish coming across the board. Clifford Perch with a 5.13. Tyler Rivetta won our first event of the season, a 4.5.
Got a Brandon Polinick, Daryl Gleason,
fish in this lake, and they're all 6-pounders.
And a Mark Menendez enter our top 10 for being out of it, starting the day out of it.
Get rid of that, right? No lovin's for you. So you might as well go for a boat ride. Ooh, they're in there. Almost looks like 2 in there.
Oh my gosh.
Mark Menendez, in fact, with the biggest day so far, 17. No, excuse me.
Yeah, 17 pounds on 3 fish.
Yeah, 3 fish.
Could have used one of those yesterday.
Luke Palmer, second best day, 16 ones. A minute ago, he broke down just exactly what he's doing for our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
Yes! 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 Yes!
I'm Luke Palmer, and we're here at Santee Cooper Lake, and my main bait has been Young's Woolly Bug. It's what I blasted them on last year, and nothing's really changed. I've kept my Falcon rods in my hand, 20-pound sunline, and I am absolutely
crushing them when they do hit it. When they start swimming off that tree, it's car ramrod, and that's what I want to do, and I want to keep doing it my way, and that's what's making it even more enjoyable. Yeah, got a baby. Oh. Man, son, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures with Luke Palmer, our leader right now, using the word enjoyable a lot today.
Yes, a lot less stress hitting them with 20-pound line with a flipping stick than Brandon Cobb throwing 10-pound braided line with a 10-pound leader. You know, if you're watching Matt Robertson, your leader, it's been painful this morning. He's only had 2 bites, 1 small keeper, and then lost a 7-pounder. If you're watching, if you don't fish bass tournaments, you think to yourself, well, just move on, go somewhere else. But in a lake like this, where number one, it is not easy to catch a limit. And the other thing is, really, you've got 10 bass that weigh, you're at about a 5-pound average. The one thing you could say about Matt Robertson, the years that we've covered him now,
I popped it out of there.
He will live and die with a technique in an area.
I saw her flare, but she just got the tail. It's a 3-something anyway, maybe a 4, 3-something, I think. It's not a giant, but one more fish like that and we're fishing tomorrow. So. Yes, we'll take it. We'll take it. Dang. So close. But yeah, she has this clamp down on the back of it.
Well, that is a good look at the spawning beds here. Steve Kennedy's looking for a small canal on Lake Marion where he caught a few key fish later yesterday.
This little place he's in, he pointed out, super clear water, and it is. You can see everything. So can the fish.
I don't even see her.
In and out. Just bite the damn bait. Get this over with.
Matt Robertson has about 4 or 5 other competitors that made it to semifinal Saturday in the hatchery area of Moultrie. And very interesting, Tommy, none of those anglers really catching them today. That area has not played a big factor so far on semifinal Saturday.
Oh my gosh, how good does that feel? Well, we know we're doing the right thing. Only got 1 little one, but we've seen a few big ones.
Well, that was a good way to put it, Z. He's, it's not broke yet where he's at. 50 pounds is, and he's had a 7-pounder come off. So, why would he leave?
And really listening to something that Brandon Cobb said, you don't need to, this is a lake. There are not many tournaments on the Bassmaster Elite Series where you don't have to catch a limit, a 5 bass limit. Usually if you don't catch 5 bass, you are on the way home. This is not one of those lakes. You can make up ground even catching 4 here.
Caleb Kufall last year topped 100 pounds with 19 fish, one short of.
Right.
Has that ever happened before? I don't think so.
No, I would not imagine that.
Looking at the only keeper so far for Matt Robertson, then there was a big miss just after that bass.
Matt said before they took off today, a lot of people would tell him that very high sunny skies would not be the ideal conditions for this situation, but he likes them.
Yes.
He's ready to go with it, so why not stick with it?
Robertson actually thought that this was going to be the best top water day. There you go.
Miss a couple.
Dirty Top Country song out from his missus. She tail walked all over my heart.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Sucher's wanting to join Will Levitt's in Nashville for his country music songs. It sounds like.
Well, yeah. Just from the sound of it. From the sound of it.
Notice Will Levitt's. Will Levitt's was a no-show last night at the draft.
Uh-oh. Luke Palmer, the man on top. Oklahoma's Luke Palmer, Brandon Cobb, second place, but a good distance behind right now, and Matt Robertson, more like 7 to 8 pounds behind our leader. Drew Cook, Porosnik, and Steve Kennedy rounding out our top 6. We're all about the top 10 on this day, however.
Yeah!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Semifinal Saturday. Look under the water here in this very fertile place. The Inland Sea. What they call Lake Marion, part of the lake complex here at the Santee Cooper Lakes. Lake Marion being here for 80 years, 110,000 acres. Add Moultrie at 50,000 acres, and man, we've got a lot of water to deal with today. We're dealing with 10 anglers in the boat all day long. Our top 10 to start this day. One of those is Steve Kennedy. He upped his total yesterday over day number 1. Caught a good one to start the day.
Yeah, Steve Kennedy's been locked on one here, sight fishing for about the last 20 minutes.
It went thick. Let's make sure we got her in the mouth.
Well, that is about the clearest water we've seen all week.
Yes, I see it. I see it. I see it. Come on, baby. In the mouth. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Give me some. Boom.
Yep.
Boom, boom. That's a 2 1/4, maybe. Almost 2 1/2. Let's call it 2.6. One more time. Come on. And there's a bigger one sitting there. Yeah, we missed already.
Steve Kennedy, good season, currently standing 13, Progressive Angler of the Year points.
Question is, does she move up or not? Nope, here she comes. You ready? Ooh. She is hot. She doesn't know where to go, but she's hot.
We have missed Steve Kennedy at the Bassmaster Classic the last few years. We'd love to get him back for Grand Lake next year, 2024.
Absolutely.
I don't know how you predict the good trees, but I can kind of tell the good trees. But I don't know how you without just fishing, you know. Quit, buddy. He ain't very big, but he's a keeper. Get in the boat. Not a big one, but a keeper. You know what? I'm gonna leave this hook in there for a minute, and then I'll take it out in a second because it hooked him in the tongue. I don't want him to die. He'll quit bleeding in a second, and then I'll get it out. Hooked him in the tongue. I hooked him in the tongue. Yeah. I just cut the line. I'll take it out in a minute once it quits bleeding. We can't risk throwing one back though. We might not get enough bites.
You called that.
Yeah. I know, I'll get back later.
Back out to Matt Robertson. Robertson.
I do know they're pulling water. Big one. Good one. Keeper, whatever. Ain't big, but it's a keeper. Not hooked the best. Oh, I think it's a keeper. Oh my God, my line broke.
Oh.
See the fish. How did my line break?
Now, as long as he doesn't use another fishing rod, he can use the same one to get the line, then he's allowed to count that fish if he hand lines it in.
I see my spook. Buddy, I will.
Go in. Go in.
No. Yeah, we missed the Patrick Walters going in yesterday.
He's thinking about it.
The worst luck in the world today, boys. Unreal. I'm about to baptize myself in this lake. I'm serious, you think I'm playing? I'm about to stick my butt in this lake.
Well, it has been an ugly day for Matt Robertson so far. Loses a 7-pounder, breaks his line, braided line on a barely keeper right there. Back to Drew Benton up in Lake Marion.
Crap, he still got it. I was afraid I was going to lose him. He wouldn't spit it out. It's not as big as I thought. That female's probably not as big as I think either. Two and a half.
Clifford
I was afraid it was going to get wrapped around all those lily pads and break me off or something stupid, so. Just a pocket here, right here off in the mouth still of the creek, and kind of just makes a little sandy flat in here. This is where I caught my two biggest ones yesterday also. I hate to catch him first, but he bit it and wouldn't spit it out and was around about 10 patches of lily pads, so it was either risk breaking him off and him not coming back or go ahead and pull on him. We'll just have to see what happens.
Clifford perch into our top 10 at 8. Added a 4-pounder with a 6-pounder. Got 3 fish.
Wow.
Menendez perch and Daryl Gleason come into our top 10.
There's 2 trees.
Well, and this morning is a perfect example of how you can be in the driver's seat and how quickly you can lose that on Santee Cooper Lakes.
Fair. I mean, I got one big one out there on the bridge like I wanted to, and we came back around second pass. and had another bite, and then pulled up right where we started the tournament and caught another one 3.5 pounds. I mean, really where we made our first cast, I came back and caught one. So, and now we're back in the pocket, or back of a creek, and found one on the bed, or two. I caught the buck and missed the female, and she disappeared. So, I mean, it's been a tough tournament, I'm telling you. So I'm okay. I need potentially one more, I think, to make the top 10. And anyway, it's not what we need to be doing to win, but I need to stay in it. So that's part of it. We're gonna keep looking for a little while. Maybe we'll find another one on the bed, and at some point we gotta get back out there on the main lake. I need to expand on what I found out there, and somewhere out there's another school of fish we can catch. So. About all I got.
Steve Kennedy, keep trying, man. He is working hard, trying to get something going, get himself up that leaderboard, and he's done a pretty good job of it during the course of today, all the way up to 3rd place from where he started. Luke Palmer, though, the man still on top. Brandon Cobb, got only 3 keepers in the boat. I don't know if he's going to keep one of those keepers, but we'll see about that a little bit later on. Drew Cook, Jacob Porosnik, Menendez, and Perch moving into our top 10. Fox Saturday Baseball heats up with an NL East rivalry as Ronald Acuna Jr. and the Braves take on Pete Alonso and the Mets, or the Cubs take on the Marlins. It all goes down today at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific on Fox. Meanwhile, out on the lake, it is semifinal Saturday. We're right dead in the middle of it now. You've got to be in the top 10. You want in on the action tomorrow. Championship Sunday, only 10 will get to vie for the top spot.
Exactly. Looking at Santee Cooper Lakes right here, Lake Marion and Moultrie. And Moultrie has been a huge player in this event so far, with some of your leaders in the top 10 coming into today. So a lot of other anglers in your top 30, and it has not been a player here today at all.
Something arcane or whatever. If I catch a 9. I guarantee you. We'd be at 25. We'd be more than that, but 5th year. 5th year. Yeah, 5th year, yeah.
Luke Palmer's been one of those guys. He's like Brock Mosley. He's kind of on that short list real quick. Should get a win at some point. His AOI finishes his first 4 years 26th, 29th, 20th, and 28th.
That's pretty strong.
In the top 40 or so make the Classic every year. He's right in the mix of that and been very, very consistent. I think he makes roughly 6 to 7 cuts out of the 9 every year, which is always good to be fishing on payday. Yeah.
Just very, very Brandon Lester-ish before Brandon Lester won. You know, always kind of just hanging in there.
Luke from Colgate to the coal country in southeast Oklahoma, close to Lake Eufaula. Eufaula is Oklahoma's Lake Eufaula, the one on the Canadian River, and Matt Robertson hooked up.
I got anything at this point. I love you. I hope the camera didn't say that. Take anything at this point. Anything. I baptized myself. Nobody saw that. Tried to get right with God for a minute. I don't know if it was you or the baptism I gave myself a second ago.
Well, 2 total now for about 4 pounds.
All my poles are down.
We knew coming into this event that maybe there was an X Factor type of cover here at Santee Cooper, and that was the emergence of eelgrass. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen Knowledge, and not only was eelgrass going to be an X Factor, but every time we come to Santee Cooper, it's a little bit different. There'll be some lily pads factor, there'll maybe some water willow will factor, like we saw with Bryant Smith catching one earlier this morning, and then also the cypress tree factor. And to kind of break down the difference is not every tree is the same. When we go to a dock lake, not every single boat dock is going to produce fish. Not every single one will attract the same size fish. There's certain different places and little ebbs and flows in the cover that you want. And looking at our Humminbird Lake Master maps, you can see all the different colors. These are all different depth contours. And this is in the Rock Pond region of Lake Marion on Santee Cooper. And this is where a couple people have been this week that we've had on camera. And you look at these different colors. The red is ultra shallow, 0 to 3 feet. 4 to 6 feet for the green, 7 to 11 feet or so in the yellow, and then it drops off as you get to the blues and the different colors like that. But there could be these trees, and I'll show you a visual with Google Earth in a second. There's different pods of trees. There's a big grouping of trees here, all in a similar depth zone, but you could have maybe these 3 or 4 trees or these 3 or 4 trees that are in the same depth zone but 100 yards away, 200 yards away, off to themselves. And some of these bigger bass will go and set up on one tree, and that is their home, that is their dominion. They're going to dominate that tree, whereas maybe groups of trees will have multiple fish but smaller fish. You want those bigger fish, and that's what we're looking at. So looking from the Lake Master chart to the Google Earth to now an underwater to kind of show you it's not just a tree that you see. There are cypress knees and roots that extend farther out. And so guys like Luke Palmer, who are maybe using their forward-facing sonar, they can see these fish that aren't right at the base of the tree. They're a little bit off of the tree, maybe not where you would normally get your bite with a soft plastic that you pitch around there. And so that's one big X factor with the technology we have now. And another deal is you don't always want a Texas rig with a heavy weight that'll get stuck down in those roots. You're breaking off more than you're catching fish. That's why we've seen Brandon Cobb utilize a wacky rig, something that falls weightless a lot slower, keeps it in that strike zone where you can hook and land those fish. So comparing your Lake Master chart before you get to a lake, comparing Google Earth to see the pods of trees that you're about to go attack, and then understanding what it looks like under the water has been key for a lot of our anglers this week. I guarantee you everyone in the field will probably catch at least one fish off a cypress tree of importance this week.
Good stuff right there, Ronnie, and that is so true. If you've not been to Santee Cooper Lakes, the most amazing thing about it is you look at Luke Palmer and Brandon Cobb, what they've concentrated on, the cypress trees in the Rocks Pond area of Santee Cooper. It's unreal how big bass will use the exact same tree. It might be surrounded by 20 other trees, but they will use the same tree. They will live on the same side of that tree year after year, day after day on this body of water. It's almost a phenomenon.
Multiple varieties of cypress. I didn't know there were so many varieties, but the article we were referring to earlier, talking about the different varieties and how there are, what is it, 10,000, would you say 100,000 cypress trees on this lake, I think?
Yes.
Yeah, that's close. Yeah.
And you said that, some of these lakes, when they flood them and they're formed, they clear out a lot of the timber. The
Which
lakes
they
in
did
Texas.
at Moultrie, not at Marion.
Yeah, and they didn't do it as much on Lake Marion, so you see a lot of that. But then the stump factor at Moultrie, the way some of these cypress trees will hollow out at the base of them, so you're flipping to the base of a tree, but you can actually go up inside the tree based on that, and some of those fish will use those to spawn, and that's why cypress trees are an X factor. They could spawn around those trees, Tommy. They could stay there. They could feed up on their way to the next tree from there. They can come back after post-spawn and do the same
stopping
thing.
Points.
Well, the biggest mover of the day so far, Mark Menendez, having a big day one. And this is rare to have a Mercury move of the day with only 3 bass. But if you're going to catch 3, make darn sure you've got 2 of the right ones. That is definitely the case Mark Menendez, a lot of history here on Santee Cooper Lakes. Mark Menendez from Paducah, Kentucky, not getting a lot of bites. A very slow day number 2, fishing closer to the river channel earlier this morning. Mercury move of the day, Mark Menendez, 7-pounder and a 6.5 in his live. 3 bass, Tommy Sanders, for 17 pounds. That is your Mercury move of the day.
Very, very impressive. Mark Menendez fits in with certain big bass fisheries that we know of, St. John's being one of them, and this one as well. Hey, hats off to him for bringing it back, reeling it in, trying to get in that top 10. That's what today is all about. We got 50 anglers out there today. You see Matt Robertson out there sort of waiting for things to straighten out a little bit. It's a very difficult day for him. We got plenty more on the way. Be right back.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Working our way through the second half of a 2-week stand here in the Palmetto State of South Carolina. This is the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. We're in the 3rd day of competition, semifinal day. You got to be in the top 10 at the end of the day. And unofficially, those are our standings right now. Luke Palmer started the day down in 4th place, finished 4th here a year ago, but he has worked his way right to the top of that leaderboard with a fairly healthy lead. Ahead of South Carolina's own Brandon Cobb. Matt Robertson, who led the first 2 days, has not been able to get it done today. So he's got plenty of time to right the ship, but right now he's just a little bit in need of things to pick up. Our Yamaha midday report, Mark Zona, I guess to update everyone.
Exactly right. And really looking at this tournament, coming into this, Drew Cook catching over 100 pounds of bass here last year in the Potato Creek area of Lake Marion. Still getting it done, catching one on a popping frog early, but the majority of his work really has been done eye spying, catching a lot of bass that are still trickling in spawning. Drew Cook and his roommate Drew Benton, who won last week here on FS1 on the Bassmaster Elite Series up at Lake Murray. Drew Cook saying this is the tail end of the spawn, but something happened yesterday afternoon. A little bit higher skies, the water spiked in temperature a little up to about 72 to 73 degrees, and it's almost like another small wave of bass came in. Drew Cook hanging in there unofficially right now. 4 bass for Drew Cook, just under 11 pounds. From there, Jacob Porosnik right around the corner from Drew Cook, getting it done with a big one earlier today.
Yeah, he knew that one was there. He came here specifically to get that one first thing in the morning, and first thing in the morning, that comes in the boat. You can't start much better than that.
You just kind of feel like one of these sight fishermen, whether it's Porosnik, Drew Cook, or Benton, you come around the right corner here, you can land on some good ones. And largemouth spawning on this body of water, obviously proving it is not quite done. From there, going to go to Steve Kennedy, who has lived up near the I-95 bridge every single morning, catching a big one on a swim bait earlier today. Steve Kennedy making the call yesterday to stay in Marion, not going to Moultrie. Like so many of our leaders, not catching a lot of bass. 2 good ones on a swim bait earlier today. Seeing Steve Kennedy with 3 bass, just under 12 pounds.
17-14 on day 1 for Kennedy. Yesterday, up the ante with a 22-3. He'd love to have that at the end of the day today. Brandon Cobb from South Carolina, the leader, Progressive Angler of the Year points, on a roll this season and just making it look easy whenever he does it. He has not had a ton of bites today, though.
No, he hasn't, Tommy. Really looking at pretty much Santee Cooper 101. He has lived just skipping a wacky worm on all these cypress trees. We've seen a lot of tournaments dominated with it, a lot of the locals. That is the only way they fish. Again, not catching a lot of bass, but definitely the right ones. And just around the corner from Brandon Cobb, Luke Palmer, by far the biggest morning of our anglers that have cameras with them. Yum woolly bug, key cypress trees, 2 to 4 feet of water. And really one of the, just an oddball fish catch after that big one right there, going out and throwing a jerk bait on some eelgrass. Might want to call this big one a bonus fish. Luke Palmer, a lot of confidence. 1 bass from his limit. Luke Palmer, 4 bass for just over 16 pounds.
Luke Palmer obviously having a great day, a fun day for him on the water here and doing exactly what he set out to do when he arrived here at the Santee Cooper Lakes.
Strange whenever you have a Yamaha midday report and you don't have your leader in it.
Exactly
Matt
what I was thinking.
Robertson has been a day in his boat.
He has not had the highlights.
Hey, Z, we got a development. The third fish over 6 pounds from Mark Menendez. He's up to 23 pounds from 34th place to 3rd place on 4 fish within 6.5 pounds of the lead.
I'm assuming he was doing what he was doing yesterday and was so slow yesterday.
Tommy, I have watched his track all day long. He's been starting out on the main river channel above the 95 bridge in about 5 to 8 feet of water. And then he gets up in the stump hole, a very popular area. That has not been very good this tournament. It was on day 1 for Menendez, but everybody else up there, except for David Gaston, pretty much is on their way home. They're not even fishing with us
If I tie
today.
this up and that fish is just swimming and not on the bed, they so mad.
But a huge day for Mark Menendez in an area of Lake Marion that has not played for other competitors, working possibly on the biggest bag that we have seen all tournament long.
Yeah. 4 fish again, 23 pounds. That is got 1 more to go to a limit. What's possible there? Watching Matt Robertson, our leader the first 2 days, going wire to wire. All the time is clicking away on that.
We haven't had a wire-to-wire Elite Series winner this year. We did for our Classic, but we had 4 different leaders in the first event. We had 2 different leaders in the second event. And last week we had 3 different leaders.
Golly, look at him blowing up, man. I mean, I don't know what he's doing. He's supposed to eat that.
Going to be a really interesting championship Sunday with the weather that is coming, the dynamic that's transpiring with a lot of your leaders. It will be very eerily similar to last week on Lake Murray. Very hard tournament to call on the final day.
Well, who will be the cast of characters for that final championship Sunday? We're going to find out this afternoon, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That's when these anglers have to check in and start the weigh-in time. You can catch all that on Bassmaster.com. Thank you so much for being with us today on Bassmaster Live for the 4th stop of the year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We'll see you right here tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Time.
One of the most amazing things about this classic is the fishing freaks that showed up here in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Look at that crowd. It is for the fans.
Blast off, there's all the media, the fans, family, you're in that moment.
A new all-time attendance record for the Bassmaster Classic this week in Knoxville, Tennessee.
I think everybody that shows up to the Classic wants to feel a little bit of what we are feeling.
When they open that door and pull you into that Coliseum, the adrenaline rush of that, it's insane.
All the records set here in Knoxville in 2019 have been reset here again.
6 pounds, 13 ounces! Yossi gets it done! And oh, Canada, you have a Bassmaster Classic champion!
All right, welcome back to Live Mix. What are you doing over there?
Well, I'm trying to pick a splinter out of my hand.
Is that a cypress tree splinter?
With my Gamakatsu knife.
Well, don't be brandishing a weapon at the table.
Jeez.
Maddie.
Good morning.
We're going to grill. You may not know this.
What's up?
But Brian New is from South Carolina.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Santee's in South Carolina, I think.
I
Aren't we
think
still in
this
South
is
Carolina?
your home lake, huh?
No.
I actually thought after day one, I'm like, New has righted the ship.
He hadn't.
He hadn't?
He hadn't.
Why?
But it's okay. It's okay. The devil's just trying to ride my back, and I'm not going to let him. I'm not going to let him
Get you
win.
down, brother.
I'm not going to let him win.
That's good. I like to hear that.
Sometimes, sometimes things happen in life. Things are going good. You start trying to live your way, and sometimes somebody a lot more powerful tries to just right you, pull you back to the right side, and get you back grounded.
Okay, so, I don't want to make this the Brian New show.
Well, it's starting
every
to be,
time,
I'm here every
I'm going to go
time
take a
you
break,
show up,
guys. I'll see you guys in a few.
You want every time you show up, you want to get paid. Well, and I'm like, wait a minute. You should be out there getting paid.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be, but I'm here every day. Every day this year I've been here.
All right. Well, that's the last I'll say of that. No, it's not. But
no, hey,
for the next minute, let's get on this tournament. I want you to look at
Either
what's
way,
happening.
I'm stoked to see my boy Luke Palmer is catching them right now.
Palmer has 4 fish.
Yeah.
And he's got 16 pounds. Brandon Cobb has 3 fish and got 10 pounds.
Cobb's catching them, and Menendez.
And then now we got Menendez.
He's got a bag, man. 2 6-pounders and a 7.
He's got 4 fish at 23 pounds.
At what time? 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
That's incredible.
I mean, Matt Robertson's got 2 2-pounders, and I mean, we haven't really seen the fireworks. I would ask you what's going on, but I'm not sure you know.
Well,
you should.
I know more
than I do.
Than I can say.
Looks like there's 2 more fish.
Now, I didn't until last night, but I know a lot more now than I can say.
Well, give us some hints.
This late in the year, I mean, we had a really warm February. I'm not far from here. I've got a lot of knowledge of this place, and
4+.
Santee is always ahead of every other lake in the
There's 2 more
in South Carolina. It's just closer to the coast. It's always ahead. We had a really warm February.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, obviously I couldn't talk to anybody, but
no,
I know what happens when that happens. They come up.
Right there.
Well, here we are, May, or pretty much into April. I'm thinking that it's going to be way past that. I knew there'd be some spawners. It's still April, but they're a lot more than I thought.
A lot more spawners.
Could be.
But we've seen that this morning.
I know people are catching them on trees and stuff too, but not all of those fish are spawners, but a lot of them are. There's a shad spawn. It's
right there. That's
it's sporadic. It's not everywhere. It's here today. It's gone tomorrow. That's actually what I started. Started my practice doing. I caught a 7-pounder really quick, and I actually started on that same place first day of the tournament, and I caught 3 for 13 pounds in about 4 minutes. And it was all downhill from there for me. But I don't know where Palmer's at. I haven't looked.
I seen him. I have an idea where he is. I mean,
really good chance. I mean, he's fishing trees, obviously.
Yeah. So I ran into him yesterday behind the
us.
islands. I know you've been talking the whole time. He's looking at a couple of fish that are on a bed right now.
You think he's looking at them?
Yeah.
On the bed?
No. He's looking at them through scope. So what I found is a lot of
bass
times
fishing. I'm sorry. I'm on the hate train. Not the Luke Palmer hate train. I'm on the live scope hate train. I wasn't, but now I am. That's not fishing anymore, boys.
No, it's turned completely into an electronics game. If it wasn't for it, I mean, I wouldn't have caught the 2 fish or the 3 fish that I had yesterday, except for, even the bedding fish that I caught.
Really?
Yeah. And I fished trees for 4 hours yesterday, and that didn't have a single bite. And then I found a fish that was on a tree, and she would go back to the exact same tree and guard it. And so I knew that she was on a bed, and tricked her after switching up my jerkbait from a Vision 110 to LBO Max. Finally was able to get her to bite.
got to be like a little knob.
But I noticed.
I think that they'll sit there and spawn on, I think.
I mean, he keeps throwing at him. He's certainly. I have not seen him use forward facing at all. I mean, we've been watching. Look at there.
I mean, there we go.
This is his fifth fish too. No, it's a good one.
Oh, let's go, Luke. Come on, bud.
I mean, he's fixing to go over 20 pounds for sure.
Oh, that's a good.
Yes.
Tell me what he weighs. How much? My gosh.
That's a good one.
Baby. Yes.
You know, I've been in the South long enough when I said good one.
What would you say if it was?
I would say that's a 5 or a 6.
That's over 5.
I'm sorry.
Is it?
Yeah, look how fat it is.
Okay, so that puts him. That puts him 23 pounds.
I mean, that's a 6-pounder all day.
Yeah, that's a good one, dude. Look at the head. Good job, Luke.
It's a freaking call, son. Oh, thank you, Lord.
Oh, I'm so stoked for him.
Oh,
It's such a good feeling.
I think there's another one on there, same size.
Oh no. He already had 5, so he's going to throw.
Yeah, he's calling out that
So
one.
he's just going to be like
Sorry,
21.
I'm sorry. Oh,
22
man.
pounds.
Yeah, my bad on the speech there, guys.
So
Okay,
as small
I
as
got to
it's
pull one
2.4.
out here. Okay, well.
Bye-bye to the itty-bitty. Hello, Big Mama.
We're going to make a run at this one, boys.
Yeah, it's... That's awesome, man. What?
Let me put that over there by yourself.
What a call.
I don't know what I got. Really?
I wouldn't either, man. I'd just be smiling.
So he's got 3 like that now.
He's got 3 over 5. Incredible.
That's that one I caught off the tree. That never probably went off the tree.
So those are his 3. That's, you know, two of those 3 stay. And you got 3 like that in the other well. 3 like that.
Yeah, I would not trust that Rapala scale. I'd go straight for a coal beam and weigh them out via the coal beam because.
Y'all want a donut?
I mean, that's 3.5 at least. Skinny though.
That's not. I mean, that's obviously.
Oh no, that's a lot bigger than 3.5.
Like that's my.
Yeah.
That's not my smallest one.
That's about a 3.5.
No, it's a little bigger than that.
Oh, okay. I mean, according to Bass Track, those are 3s.
That's not accurate whatsoever.
No, those are, according to Bass Track, those are 2s.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think that that's bigger than a 3.5.
I am so.
But oh, dude, look at him. Number 1, a bye-bye.
So that's a 3-pound fish.
Nah,
Thanks, buddy.
That's a 2.5er right there.
I don't believe that. You know, for a heartbeat, y'all eat a fudge sandbag sandwich every day.
Y'all.
I
didn't call it a 2.5.
It's a 3-pounder.
Yeah.
Hey, I'd rather be on the light side.
I get rather being on.
We're not judging for ourselves.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I can't
He's
even
got so 15 on 3. I'm gonna say
like 22.
16, 17 on 3. He's got another 3. It's 20. He's got 23 pounds.
Yeah. It's gonna be a sack. Yeah, it's gonna be.
Let's see what he says this one is. He won't say it out loud. He didn't want anybody to know.
I don't understand that. It makes no sense.
See? Look at that.
Dude, that's a good one.
That's bigger.
I don't understand the guys that do that. There's no reason not to.
It's suspense, man. It's a show. At the end of the day, it's entertainment. We got to make sure that there's suspense. And if you tell everyone what they weigh right now, your suspense goes out the door.
Not really. I mean, I'm sitting here looking at it.
You can't. There's still. It's still every one of these tournaments, and you can go back and look. Almost
2 6.5s.
275. I don't know what that is, but it's more than
You sandbagging son of a gun.
2 6.5s.
He's got
be
22.
13.
He's got 22 on 4.
A 5 happens to be 18. A 4 makes that 22.
He's going to have 24
one?
pounds, dude. 24, 25. Watch.
Oh, he's got more. Yeah.
Well, he's got 25 right now.
Yeah, he's got that.
Hey, Ron, I bet you're going nuts right now, son. Okay, we called out, right?
Oh.
Okay, so we got 2 in there.
Yeah, don't pull a Polinick.
Gosh, these fish are strong.
Oh my gosh. That's awesome. That is so awesome.
Okay, so now, New and Maddie.
And then
I want to make sure he's done talking.
And then 5 more on top of 18 is 23. That'd be right.
So he's guessing at 23, which means it's 25.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, safe to say.
Our math must be a lot. I know I live in South Carolina now, but I'm from North Carolina. Our math's a lot better than the rest of the country, I believe. At least for fishermen.
Come. You just really said that?
That blows my mind.
Patrick Walters is the biggest sandbagger on
I just
the
told
tour,
you.
and he's from South Carolina.
Both
I
of you
just
guys'
told
math
you
is
I'm
whack.
from North Carolina.
Oh man.
I was raised in North Carolina. I'm not a Yankee, though.
That's sweet.
I'm not.
My wife calls me one, but
That's going to be sick.
She knows, but
I'm going to have to get super glue because I'm running out of baits.
she knows everything.
Hey,
Just ask
one
her.
more. We got a bag.
a bag.
A bag. Well, you got a bag, but
We're going to have to do something.
That's what I want you to talk
Because
about.
we going tomorrow.
get yourself.
We're
What
going
are you?
tomorrow.
And we don't want to ask him anything about tomorrow. But tomorrow, we got a beautiful day here.
Yeah,
We
right.
got a little bit of breeze. We don't have big winds. We got calm water. We got him flipping trees. Tomorrow, we got 100% chance of rain.
Well,
100% chance of
Sorry,
wind.
Sago,
potentially
I got you a
canceling
bad
of that
picture.
tomorrow.
See, now why did you say that?
Well, I'm just saying, if it's going to blow up to gusts up to 38 miles per hour, that is not
Yeah.
safe here. This place
It
is
was only
absolutely
6.5.
terrifying. Hopefully not.
Only 6.5.
Was it? Good.
So here's the deal. They fish tomorrow, wind, rain. Sight fishing, not going to be easy.
Not going to be easy.
Tree fishing, not going to be easy.
Unless you're where
Not
he is.
fishing by looking at live scope, not going to be easy.
So what you're saying is it's not going to be easy.
They're going to bite, but
Yeah.
doing that is not going to be easy. I'm not saying you're not going to catch them, but it's not going to be easy.
Well-
And you're not going to run around. On Santee, you are not running around.
When it's going to be blowing
Not happening.
tomorrow like what it's supposed to be. I'm just grateful that we didn't have the thunderstorms like we were supposed to.
Well, it sounds like we're going to get them, Matty.
Well, I'm just saying. It's just
We're
80%. We're not. We're good.
They are.
Yeah. They have to deal with it.
You know,
we
y'all
get
are
to stay
standard
inside.
Fishermen. Y'all are selfish. What about your brethren who have got to put up with that?
Well, our brethrens are getting paid and we're not.
Oh, okay.
So that's also a thing.
I get it.
Yeah. So, I mean, dude. He came in screaming in next to me yesterday,
I've got 6 today.
and he had a big smile on his face, and now it's good to see that Lukey's getting it done right now. It is incredible.
Brandon Cobb can still catch him. He's 10 pounds, 10, 11 pounds, but he catches 2 fish like that.
Yeah.
Fill out his limit. He's got 3 fish. He's right there.
I mean, that's the thing about this place. There's absolute giants in here, and anyone can still catch them.
Menendez could cut
big catfish
the
or
margin pretty good by catching another one of those big fish. What is it about? I mean, these fish are biting. These big fish seem to bite later in the morning, later in the day. What's going on there?
I haven't seen that. So
well,
I caught mine first thing. Both the big ones I caught this week. I did lose a giant yesterday. It was mid-morning.
Well, we had some, yeah, but I'm just saying, just from a field standpoint, what did Shea?
I think typically
Shea Baker gave me some information. He said 7 fish for an average of 5 pounds apiece caught by the top 10 by 7:45 this morning.
Yeah, that's because
I
of
wouldn't
they're on
say
dead
that's
fish.
late morning.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's not late morning.
No, I'm just
7:45 's
saying, but
early.
I mean, you just saw. I mean, well, I'm not talking about that.
Okay.
I mean that's happening every day, but I'm saying also, you know, that morning bite, and then it just seems like boom. I mean,
Well, the morning deal, I like I said, I haven't been watching this. I can just go off of experience in my week, but the morning bite's more than likely a shad spawn.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I just hope it's fun fishing.
But that means everyone would have to turn off everything now. That's
no.
Yeah, everyone's
Live
scoping.
scope is, yeah,
everyone's scoping,
that's
dude.
That's not fishing.
I
mean, I know I'm going to get some hate, and I might get kicked off, but I'm just telling you.
Hey,
it's
someone's
not
finally
fishing.
agreeing with me, man.
3 behind.
I agree. It's not. You're staring at a screen.
I'd love to see Mark win, though.
It's, dude. Mark is a good guy.
He is, and he's a heck of a fisherman. I mean, obviously everybody here is, but.
Nah, man,
well, I kind of feel like I know what Menendez would do tomorrow.
Pick up a spinner bait.
He'd take him right. He would. He'd pick up that big spinner bait, and he'd go to work with it just like they did, and you know we did in the 80s and 70s and 80s and 90s. I mean, be old school stuff, and that's what he's doing today. Old school stuff. It may not be. It's just not a spinner bait. It might be, but I don't think it is.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Brandon slid back into the top 10. He has 3 fish
we got
now.
a little wind
We got-
going, so maybe that'll.
Yeah, he must have gone small because he had 2 good fish.
They're suspended.
Two
That's the
fours
thing.
Yeah, he got him a 1. So he's sandbagging bad there. See, that's like, so he's got 10 pounds with 3 fish. But I mean, really and truly, a 1.4,
Not that deep
14
either,
inch,
so you don't
1.4.
have to, you know, you think you could get 'em,
He's like,
and they
I
will
just put it
follow
in as
from the bottom,
a pound and a quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Not the case.
That's
When you see anything 4, anything 8, anything 12, that's not accurate.
Just round it.
Well, I know because they're trying to get as close as they can, but they really are trying to take a half pound off.
I mean, that's not as close as they can.
I haven't even caught a fish off of this.
So, you do it too?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Lies.
I don't go over.
Lies.
I'm gonna hold you to that because I know you're gonna start catching them again, and I'm gonna hold you to that. So,
Eventually.
What the heck? Your bass track said 10 pounds, and you just weighed in 14. What's up? You're gonna say, "Oh, I just caught that one the last part of the day and didn't put it in."
Well, I mean that.
Y'all always have an excuse. So Matty's the same way. He sandbags when he puts it in there.
I try to get that $1,000 bonus. I don't know about everybody else, but $1,000 is a lot of money to me.
Last week on Murray, I actually was a little bit heavier on my bass track.
Really?
Yeah, which is, I mean, unfortunate, but the truth. That's what happens when you actually weigh them with the cull tag.
Hey, somebody's actually fishing. I've been here for 23 minutes, watched 3 people, and now somebody's finally fishing.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Brian Smith.
Maybe.
Fished all the trees that I got my big
Oh, I
bites
think
out
he's
of,
looking at his power pole buttons.
the first day, and
I know
I'm convinced that they do not realize
Jamie Hartman's up in the swamp right now, and he said today he's going to turn off everything and just go fish. And I was like, that's the best thing to do when you're fishing trees.
we could just run into a little set that got a couple fish on them.
What's Hanselman got?
Like I said yesterday, I mean, I really don't have anything
Hanselman he has 4
for 11.
He's got a 5.5.
He's got a good one.
A couple of 2s and a 1.5 pounds. So
I know I can get some more bites doing it. We did it yesterday.
Hanselman's got
The hat in the last minute.
got an old school.
Yeah. So I actually, whenever he got on that stretch, he won everything. Literally everything he fished one year. 2014. I was his co-angler at Sam Rayburn the last day. That's how I met him, and he is. We've been friends ever since. He is old school, you know. He and he catches them.
Oh, man.
That's a good one, Drew.
Look at that thing, dude. God almighty.
All right, what's
I'm
your
over
guess?
here fishing for a fry garter and just happened to glance over. Would you look at that?
I'm going to say just shy of 6.
So, you remember what I was telling you earlier about the big fighting frog?
I didn't
that
get
was
a good
exactly.
look.
I was going to say
so
5.5.
The little fighting frogs, the 4-inch.
Let's see it
They
again.
wouldn't really
He ain't gonna show it.
commit to.
I think it's bigger than that.
Really didn't want anything to do it. I put that big one in there, and
I didn't
things
really-
change. That's a freaking 612.
Yeah.
It's almost a 7-pounder. We were
Told
both
you.
over
We're
that.
both. So I guess
Oh my God.
I got to recalibrate some things.
So
I win
so
again.
Cook,
North Carolina map.
look at that. And that's going to dump it. So he's going to add 6. So he's just at 20 pounds. And he's going to be up there, and that ought to put him in second place. To be honest
Jeez.
with you.
I just honestly, I didn't see this many spawners.
No, I ran into Drew in
This late in
practice,
the
and
year.
I looked at him, and I was like, man, I don't
Look
see
at
that many
what he
on
just
bed.
dumped. Look what he's dumping.
Yeah, that's tiny.
Dude,
That's little.
that's
He goes. I'm like, hey, do you think there's gonna be enough on bed to make this thing a deal? And he's like, no, definitely not.
And you believed it.
Yeah, and I was a fool enough to believe it. I caught 3 fish off of bed this year, or this event, and I'm not a bed fisherman.
Well, I hate bed fishing, but I know enough to not believe what somebody tells me that I'm not really close with.
Yeah, I'm learning that. Everyone can.
You can only trust a few people, and you better know you can trust them.
So were you, when you were on the show last week, were you on the Menendez at all?
I was. Both days. I'm not coming tomorrow, though. I'm going home.
I may not let you.
I mean, you probably won't.
So
anyway.
here's the deal. Here's the deal, and I'm real reticent to talk about this because I don't know that he's doing it today, but I know he did it yesterday. The exact thing that you and I and him talked about on the live show last week, live mix.
We talked about a lot.
Yeah, I know, but we also talked about
the horse.
No, we talked about that prop bait.
Well, horse.
The horse.
The Gilmore jumper.
Yeah.
Gilmore jumper.
Yeah.
See, a lot of people don't even know what a Gilmore
No.
is.
Yeah.
But
It's like a nippaditty, but bigger.
What?
I mean, when he's talking about, you just saw what
A nippaditty?
You just saw what Cook did with fry garters. That is the absolute best fry garden bait ever.
It's good.
I don't know, the baits that I ended up catching him on this week off the bed was a Bastrix Flastrix in my own personal color, the Wonggill, and it's a little bluegill size hollow body. That on a drop shot, roof of the mouth every single time.
Then went Drew shooting up there to second place. Well, I mean, those are bluegill colors are fantastic colors for fry garters.
Fry garters, bed fishing, everything.
Let's see what he put that fish in. We know that he goes 612.
612, right on the dot. It's crazy to me.
Just shy of 6.
I found a 6 in practice, but I was like, so did like 30 other people. And it's tough when you know that you have the best bed fishermen in the world that are looking around the same areas that you are. And it's kind of disheartening that you know that that's all that they're doing. And yeah, it's crazy.
Which is supposed to be this lake that I'm this wonderful catch at. And I'm over here going to blank.
Well, I think we got a lot of the later it gets, the more fireworks it seems that we get to see.
Hopefully, man.
We saw you guys saw some pretty impressive things there with Drew Cook and Luke Palmer. We got another 30 minutes to add to that. We're going to go to a break. Come back. We'll see if these guys can produce some more excitement.
You guys
stay with us on Live Mix.
Take care. Aloha.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Hey guys, welcome back.
There you go.
We're
Go
here.
with- go
We're
with it,
here.
Matty.
Hey, they didn't kick me out. We're still hanging out here on beautiful, sunny South Carolina on beautiful Santee Cooper Lakes here with Mr. Bowman, Mr. New. What's going on, fellas?
Mark Menendez is stroking them.
I see that. 28 pounds.
Stroking them on a topwater bait.
Topwater?
Looks fun.
Is that what he's doing?
Oh.
Huh. I was at breakfast all morning. So.
Where were you at 5 minutes ago when we were talking about it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you guys were talking about, something that he was potentially doing. You didn't tell me that was like the deal, but
No, he's stroking them.
I just couldn't get past the names that you guys were saying, so I guess that's all it was. But
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like fun.
A dude that can't say hi but can say aloha is going to start talking about how somebody else.
I'm just saying funny names like Nipsey Biddle or whatever the hell did you guys call him? I don't know. It's fine. Hey, bro, you can't take my culture away. That's what it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and which I respect. I've learned a lot actually hanging out here in the South is you can talk trash on someone as long as you say bless their heart. But it's all
you got to say God bless them.
No, but then as long
bless their heart too. But
Yeah.
you can also say God bless.
but it's all about the tone. So as long as you have
God bless you.
Oh, bless your heart.
Oh.
No, but these guys are
This is
absolutely
what happens
catching
late
them,
in the
man.
day. We got about 15 more minutes of live mix, and really we've got a very interesting tournament. Somehow or another, this Derby has broken out. And Matt Robertson still can be a big factor. He's only caught 2 today. He's got 4 pounds, and he is 12, 13 pounds from being back in the lead.
Big one, but I've seen them bite.
Speak of the
There you go. Speak of him. Meanwhile, you got Drew Cook catching an almost 7-pounder. You got Luke Palmer catching an almost 7-pounder. You got Mark Menendez with 28 pounds, and I can almost believe that that's going to be a 30-pound sack when it hits the stage.
We're going to give it a crack.
And Brandon Cobb.
Gus made a tour over there yesterday, didn't get bit. I made a tour over there, didn't get bit.
It's a good sized little walking bait. A fellow big bait connoisseur, if you will.
Is that a topwater or a glide bait?
That looks like a topwater.
Kind of what we're banking on here.
Talking about Cobb, though, he's killing it right now. I mean,
he's on fire.
He always does good, but he's just having a unbelievable year. I mean, every tournament, I don't know, just at least 3. Well, he's going to make the top 10. I'm sure. Well, he's got 11 pounds. How far is he in right now?
He's
10 pounds in. Yeah, he's probably.
He's got some room to
He's
play
got
for
10.
sure.
I mean, he's
I'm talking
11
top
pounds in the top 10.
Yeah, so
Real good about it.
more than likely, this is going to be at least his 3rd top 10 this year out of 4 tournaments.
That's incredible.
This was my 4th top 104th place finish this year.
And
This
On
week.
him.
let
On
me
him.
ask you this. Are you
That's my
trying
third
to
year
get
on the
the
leads.
lowest point total for the season?
It looks like that. That's
Sitting
that's
there
definitely
looking
not what I'm
Alright.
looking for, but that's what I'm doing so far.
I know it, and I hate it for you. Because all of us know that you're a great angler, but I mean, it's part of the progression you have to make as an angler. You're going to have these times.
Yeah, but it's not even that. Like, yeah, we're fishing, but it's not even that. It's life. It's life. You have
Everybody,
this.
yeah, everybody. It happens.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying,
Unless you're Brandon Cobb, it happens too.
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Maybe not this bad.
Well, I mean, Patrick Walker says Brandon Cobb
everybody's
is
gonna
the
have-
luckiest man alive, which makes him the luckiest man in South
Patrick
Carolina.
Walter says a lot of things. I don't believe none of them. But like I was saying earlier, you get to doing good and you kind of start getting off path, and sometimes you need a wake-up call. And it's not always the best thing, but or you don't always think it's the best thing, but it really is. And And if you let something bad keep you down, you'll never get back up.
That's true, man. It's all about a positive mindset. I was talking about with Ike because he had not a great year last year, and he goes, he's on a tear right now, and he said to me the other morning, he's like, and the funny thing is I'm not doing anything different. It's fishing.
Hold on.
Then you're going to spin out here.
Now you're gonna tell me to be quiet.
He said if you're not,
bro, I'm dead.
If you're not at peace with being bad,
then you're going to spin out.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to stick with it.
It's fishing. Positive mindset.
I got 7
right there.
15 minutes yesterday afternoon. I left 40 minutes early.
Wow.
That's incredible.
I didn't know how far to run.
Wow. Now we're over to Drew Cook.
Is that Klaus over there to the side?
And I didn't notice.
He's back in the place where he.
Cook's got him 20 plus sack.
How big was the one around the corner?
Sounds like Klaus.
I ran into both of these guys all week.
It's crazy.
Something's weird and crazy.
Yeah. So you are.
Oh, I'm definitely both.
Well, I mean, but that.
You have no idea.
No
Just ask
idea.
my wife.
She's told me.
I just got as lucky as you could get right then. I was fishing for a fry garter, caught it, and then turned around and looked over there, and there was 2 fish on a bed. And one of them was a 7, one of them was.
Oh, we lost that. So one of them was a 7 and one of them was
a good one, probably. Blows my mind, man. Blows my mind.
Yeah, I mean, but we sat here and watched last week on Murray, Koya doing this very same thing, searching for not making a cast, but where Drew's doing it with his eyes, Koya's doing it with his electronics. Welcome to the new world.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it is.
You know, that other stuff that you're looking at there was black.
Wow. Wow.
That bay right there is loaded with grass, foil, and right on the outside you have some really good eelgrass. That whole area is really healthy. But the crazy thing is you can't just go fish. You can't just go throw a moving bait over there and get bit. Like, it's everyone that did that in those areas came up short, had 1 or 2 fish. And if you were looking, you could catch them.
Right.
I stumbled upon a bedfish in there, and I look, I'm like, how did no one find this thing? And it's just crazy on how much these fish are it's not like they're coming in huge waves, but how they'll just appear, and sometimes they'll be out in the open, and you're just kind of tripping out. I'm like, how has no one found this fish?
The eelgrass has changed this place big time too. Last year there was some.
Very little.
This year, it's everywhere, and it's making a lot of things different. The trees are not as good. Some of the best trees are no good anymore because they're choked out with eelgrass. Yeah.
The base of it.
Yeah, obviously they're going to use it.
I just don't think that they learned how to relate to it yet, because it's like a new habitat for them.
Well, I think there's 2 things. I think the reason that the fishing's bad here right now.
Agreed.
I mean, it is. Everybody looks at the top weights, but this is Santee, and it took 27 to make the top 50. That's not good.
No,
that's not good. 1, it's the time of year.
Right.
Yeah.
2, I think a lot of fish are in that eelgrass, and we don't know how to catch them
yet. And
they're just
being
so
in that
out.
eelgrass, they can escape forward-facing sonar. So there you go. I mean, I'm telling you, they adapt. They do figure out how to adapt around those things. So, I don't know.
I mean, I was able to find some that were off the breaks of the eelgrass, and I was looking for, you know, the hard edge, because there would be on some of the points, and you would be able to get them to come up, look at a jerkbait, eat a jerkbait if you're lucky. Try to slow down, drag a swimming worm, all those other things. I know some of the guys that caught them this week chatterbaiting some of the eelgrass. But you can go through giant stretches of it, but if you didn't know where the key points of the eelgrass or these little fall-offs, these little depressions, that's where they were actually loading up the feed. It's not like they were in the big, massive flat of the eelgrass. So you can easily get lost trying to just fish an expansive space of eelgrass versus being able to pick apart specific areas of it. And that's something that I didn't really dial in until a tournament, because typically you can go out and, like, let's say you're fishing a hydrilla field, you can go and throw a chatterbait around a hydrilla field and key in on certain ditches or points or whatever, but to be able to figure something out in 3 days with a new factor that we didn't have last year.
Gator.
Oh, and those suckers are everywhere. And they ain't small, too. I was talking to my buddy. Oh, dude, would have broke more than that.
So, kind of off topic, but this brought it up. We were sitting there with some buddies the other night talking about catching sheephead at, obviously at the coast. And he's talking about catching so many, and the sharks come in there.
Really?
Start biting his trolling motor. All the paint is gone from his trolling motor from the sharks biting it.
That sounds like a fish story to me.
Well, I seen it with my own eyes.
Oh, okay. You saw the shark eating the trolling motor.
I saw the teeth marks on the trolling motor.
Okay.
I believe it. I mean, you condition a fish enough.
Well,
it's a white trolling motor with a black prop.
And the
looks
like
sheephead.
sheephead.
Yeah.
I get it.
I'd like to see one eat that old spro popping frog.
A shark? Or a bass?
God, that would be so awesome.
Watch like an 8-foot tiger shark just come up and slurp that thing.
Some kind, any kind.
Yeah.
I would. I mean, there's nothing, I still think that the epitome of bass fishing is a topwater strike. I mean,
Oh, it's so much fun. I caught a pretty decent one in practice on topwater, and but it's just so funny on how you can't duplicate a lot of those. You get one good one, and then you go ahead and throw it for another 4 or 5 hours and not get another bite.
You know what I think, though? You just said topwater bite's the best. Well, and so many say, oh, man, buzzbait's my favorite, or glide bait's my favorite, or whatever.
Say glide bait.
You know what my favorite bait is? Whatever they're biting. But I agree. Like, if I could pick one, it would either be a topwater
or a jig.
No, well,
Jig
they don't bite the jig like they used to. Like, you don't get them hard thumps
You
like
gotta
you
come out
used
to
to.
California, bro. If you're in Cali, they smoke a jig.
But
it's fun.
I mean, that does sound fun.
Oh yeah. They slam it like a 20-pound catfish out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like a good cranking bite, though. You wind that old plug down there, and it just locks up.
I can't disagree with him.
It just locks up, and there he is.
Squeezing the water out of that frog. I can hear him.
That's the thing. Like, you again, trying to kill time in between looking for fish and trying to fish around, and it could just be so disheartening. Is you can, like, I was fishing in these same areas in Potato. I pulled the plug because I wasn't able to compete with Mr. Cook at bed fishing in certain areas. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go behind the islands and go fish trees. I fished trees for 4 hours, flipped hundreds of trees, and did not get a single bite.
I feel your pain, bud.
But Cook's in a
it's a struggle
is
bus.
kind of a great situation. I mean, he's got to find a 5-pounder.
Yeah.
And he's got a great sack. He knows he's going to fish tomorrow.
You just said that.
Huh?
Wow.
And I just called you out. But go ahead. He's what now?
No, I just think that he's, if when he starts setting down on something, he's not throwing at a 3-pounder.
He found one.
Right.
And some of it he's going, he wants to cull and he wants to get a bigger sack today. He's looking for the bigger, better bites or whatever. And part of it, he probably knows that he's not going to have it tomorrow. So you got to blow through what you can from his perspective, possibly. Because do you think he'll be bed fishing at all tomorrow?
I mean, it's cooked. That's what he does.
That's true.
He'll still find a way to catch
we start
20 pounds.
we start trying to define people by our own limitations, and I have many. So.
Yeah, but obviously he knows how to do more than just bedfish.
No,
but that's his deal, and if he has that option, more than likely he's going to push it as hard as he can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, and the storms could roll through tomorrow, and the wind could blow in the right direction or the wrong direction, or give him places to.
Well, that's the thing. The areas that he's fishing, even if the wind's cooking, it's relatively protected because you do have a good amount of trees that will prevent the fetch from just blowing out a lot of those areas. And when you have submergent grass and you have lilies, all those things calm down the tension of the water surface. So you're going to have,
to an extent.
Well, yeah, obviously, if it's blowing straight into it.
Over to Brandon Cobb, even though the name says Cook, we're going to see what Cobb does.
Like, man, Cook, you got tall.
But we're going to see how he's the guy that you have
Isolated
to watch.
trees right here. Look at this small little point. This is something. Hey, Brian, you can kind of riddle me this. When looking at certain trees here on Santee, what do you look for?
I'm not telling.
Let's see.
I'm being honest. I'm not going to lie.
All right, that's fine. Okay.
I'm not going to lie.
No, it's something. No, because if you haven't fished a cypress tree before, it can be incredibly overwhelming. But once you start dialing in certain subtleties to it, and because I'm not from here, and I'm sure a lot of people that are watching aren't also from here, I'm going to talk about what I've found this week, and you can tell me either I'm in the right direction or I'm not. So, you got a
couple of minutes to do that.
I started figuring out that the small little
You
points,
realize how
right?
good I did this week, right? So whatever I think is probably not right.
I was going to say, we got to take it with a grain of salt, but either way, I mean, it's interesting that when I did find certain trees that they'd come out to a point where you'd have an isolated view or a couple little patches here and there, is typically you would have fish on them. Regardless if you can get them to bite, they would be situated up on there. I think, personally, those are going to be your higher percentage places to fish. Anyone that comes down here and wants to try to duplicate anything that you're seeing on TV right now, when you go out and you see a cypress forest, it can be overwhelming, especially when you go up to the swamp.
Oh, yeah.
And when you're able to kind of slowly dial in certain things, and especially now when you have a lot of these cypress trees are growing out limbs that are covering the bases, and it's really hard to get a bait up underneath it. Those are the ones that will typically actually have bass underneath them. And I don't know. This is what I'm picking up on a Hawaiian Cali boy that's never fished cypress in his life to come out here and try to figure something out like this. I don't know. Am I in the right direction? Or
you're not wrong.
Okay. Learning experiences here in South Carolina, man. It's incredible.
It is all experience. It is all experience.
Learn how to say bless your heart, and you learn how to fish cypress trees.
Well, the big questions that remain to be answered is
good.
We got Palmer. We got Cobb fishing trees, diving around fishing trees. We got Cook. We got, and he's the only one I know for sure who's sight fishing in the top 10. Menendez doing his deal. Menendez scares me. He can do that again tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. But it's really good. The weather is the deciding limiting factor on all that. And we're going to see how that plays out. Davey Hyatt has some ideas on it, along with Mercer, and they're going to be next up on Live Mix. Until then, we'll see you tomorrow.
You guys take care.
Next tomorrow.
Enjoy it. I hope I'm never here again.
I'll see you guys later.
Well, in this seat.
Okay, I was fixing to say, I hope maybe I don't want you to be here.
Come hang out with us eventually. And Subscribe to my YouTube channel.
All right, let's go hit another stretch. We have fished them all.
It goes all the way to the point, doesn't it? Heck with that thing. Put the good one down there. Dude, that was my bites. That was the ones I was looking for. You just got to find the right stuff.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Welcome into on-location coverage, a spectacular sunny Saturday afternoon, not just any Saturday, but semi-final Saturday at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes here in Clarendon County, South Carolina. It is day number 3. And unlike last week, we had the same leader since day number 1, but all that has changed here on semifinal Saturday. Luke Palmer, who finished 4th here last year, has had a great day and moved into the lead. But the big mover for today, well, of course, Drew Cook trying to defend his title all the way into 2nd place. Mark Menendez from the mid-30s has made a giant charge up into our top 3. So much going on this incredible body of water. A lot of moving, a lot of changing. But we're going to catch you up on all of that with your Toyota Midday Report. And let's start with Jacob Prosnick, a 4-time Bassmaster winner.
Yeah, this tournament sets up just perfect for Jacob Prosnick. He loves the side fish. Started on about a 7-pounder that he saw yesterday afternoon, and boy, did he get the day started off right. He put that fish in his live well this morning. Early on, got him off to a really, really good start. He said he's been able to find a lot of fish on the bed, but not many big ones. Definitely need to catch that 7-pounder this morning. And that's been the whole story here this week, Dave. Not a lot of bites, but gosh, you get opportunity to catch some big ones, you need to put those fish in the boat. Jacob Prosnick, great start this morning, was able to do that. Catch a few males a little bit later, and he said he's going to change in plans for this afternoon.
3-time Elite Series champion. Oh, golly, it's Steve Kennedy.
Steve Kennedy, a great track record here on Santee Cooper Lakes since, I guess, 2006 up until now. Always in the top 15 or so. Steve Kennedy doing exactly what you need to do here at Santee Cooper Lakes. Not necessarily catching a lot of fish, but you've got to catch those 4, 5, 6-pounders and even some 7-pounders we've seen for sure coming to the scales this week. Steve Kennedy starting out on the shad spawn and then moving back in his backwater. Actually real close to where we're staying this week, Dave Mercer. Moving back there and catching a few off the bed.
Come on, your day 2 leader, Matt Robertson, has been the man with the plan, saying, catch me if you can. But today, a little tougher, Davey Height.
Very different for him today. I'm surprised that he's struggling as much, but if you've been watching Bass Live, you see he's had some opportunities, and he's not been able to capitalize them. He had a 7-pounder. I saw the fish clearly jump off in front of the boat for him. This is it right here. When it jumps again, you'll see. Really, really just, here we go. Threw his bait right back to him. You just can't get away with losing fish like that. We saw Paul Mueller yesterday lose a couple big opportunities. You lose 4-pounders, that's one thing, but when you lose in 6 and 7-pounders, it's hard to recover. You see Matt Robertson losing another fish there just a little bit later. It's just been a slow day for him, but just really the story of his day is missed opportunities.
Well, thrill of victory and agony of angling, but a guy that has been on the right side of that all season long. Your progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, Brandon Cobb.
Yeah, it's just amazing. We were talking to Brian New just a few minutes ago, and he's talking about how do I get out of this slump? I know I can be okay with it because I know I've been doing the best I can do, but things haven't been going right. Well, everything has been going right for Brandon Cobb, including yesterday. A 7-pounder ate his bait when he was hung off the side of a tree. So Brandon Cobb got it all going on right this year.
But don't forget about your defending champion, Drew Cook.
I'll have to be honest with you, Dave Mercer. I'm surprised, but I don't know why I should be surprised after seeing Drew Cook and Drew Benton catch as many fish as they did last week. Sight fishing, Drew Benton had to catch a few of his fish throwing a square bill crankbait that final day. But it's really amazing, and a lot of my friends that fish here have been amazed by what Drew Cook and Drew Benton have been able to do, because there's always some fish still spawning here in May, but there's just not a lot of them. And it seems like everyone that moves up, especially in the Potato Creek area, Drew Cook or Drew Benton catches that fish.
It has been the same story for 2 weeks in a row. We keep hearing that the Drews are going to run out of fish. They're not going to be able to catch them anymore sight fishing, and they keep proving all of us wrong. And At this point, Drew Cook is currently unofficially in second place and maybe 5 fish away from doing something so rare, and that is defending his Elite Series title.
And it means so much, in my opinion, because we're here a month later, and it didn't really surprise me last year that he did what he did, but it would definitely surprise me if he's able to win here tomorrow on Championship Sunday. Speaking of surprise, does not surprise us to see Luke Palmer. Had a great tournament here last year. On this day, third day of the event last year, 33 pounds, I think he brought in 5 fish limit. Off to a great start. And he gets it that here at Santee Cooper, you don't have to catch 15 or 20 fish. You have to catch the right ones. He's been able to do that, mainly fishing cypress trees. This fish came on a jerkbait, fishing around some eelgrass. Here's another fish around a cypress tree. He's using his forward-facing sonar, along with just using the right baits. 20-pound test line. He's been able to, and I don't want to jinx him here, but he's been able to put every fish in the boat that bites his bait.
Luke Palmer having an incredible event after finishing 4th place here last year, and you just have to feel that with Luke Palmer, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And I mean, he has been fantasy fishing gold literally since he joined the Elite Series. I mean, he is such a consistent angler, but he's one of those anglers that's kind of knocking at that door, and you're wondering, when is it going to be his time?
Yeah, actually, I remember when you brought it up to me how consistent he is, and he just, like you say, very quietly has been consistent his whole Elite Series career. And this is a place that he really enjoys fishing. There's certain anglers, Brandon Polnick, they just love to come here. Obviously, Drew Cook, Drew Benton, they love the Santee Cooper Lakes. Luke Palmer is one of those, and it would not surprise me if he doesn't close the deal tomorrow.
Luke Palmer, an incredible angler, incredibly consistent, a 4-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier. But let's get out on the water live right now. And you know what, Davey? I couldn't think of anybody better than a guy we have seen an incredible amount of this year, and that is your Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader, the COBB, Brandon Cobb.
Here we go. You see that head swing around on a swivel, you knew he had a bite.
He's a little bitty, but he's a keeper, I think. Not very big, but it's one more towards the total. That's a keeper, right?
Also keep in mind he is leading Phoenix Boat's Big Bass of the Year for an 8-12 that he caught in Okeechobee, and you've got to believe that if he can get out of here with that lead, which is a $10,000 bonus, that he is going to officially win the Phoenix Boat's Big Bass of the Year, unless we see him. I mean, let him bring on a 9-pound smallmouth.
He threw my worm off. That worm survived
What a way
all
to
day.
leave the mid-season 4th event of the year, leading AOY and leading Big Bass of the Year. That's pretty awesome.
West Coast rookie Bryant Smith.
That's a big one.
This South Carolina swing has been great for him. You know, this has really been his breakout event. Everybody in the West Coast talked about how talented he is, and we're starting to see it.
Away from trouble. No, away from trouble.
A lot of anglers fishing these same cypress trees, and yesterday he just, you know, they like to say got in a bad rotation, and that's just really what it is. You get fishing behind anglers and you don't really realize it, and they're putting them in live well, and you don't understand why you're not getting bites. Oh boy.
Okay. Oh, jeez. Come here, baby. There we go. Just had to move areas. Hey. Just had to move areas. Don't know why I was being so stubborn with that. Come here. Let's see if we can get this out without hurting you.
feel like we've seen a lot of spinning rods this week.
Yeah, it's just a lot of wacky rig, finesse, spinning rods. This place is certainly known for that.
Come on, baby.
Ken Ellis has been doing it for 25 years, and now everybody you see more, and it's, believe it or not, in the spring of the year, you see more people on the Santee Cooper Lakes nowadays with a spinning rod in the hand than you do a baitcaster. Local anglers. It's absolutely incredible.
Could have been the buck.
Have we reached the time where people don't make fun of them as much anymore?
Oh, maybe it was.
I mean,
some people.
Good point.
Not that
Your Angler
big.
of the Year leader hooked up live. Also using a spinning rod.
We've seen what Brandon Cobb can do with a spinning rod in his hand this time of the year. It doesn't have to be on
It's
Lake
not that
Hartwell.
big,
It
but
could be on
I'll
Lake
take
Fork. It can be.
Speaking of great South Carolina swings, but its entire season has been great.
Yes.
That's 5. Hit it a little deep. Here's the problem. He ate it a little quicker than I anticipated there. Yep, that was probably the buck I caught first.
Nice. 5, boy.
You got a limit. I'm about to steal my hook off my other rod in here.
You know what we need to see more of? Paul Mueller.
Absolutely.
And just like that, lickety split, Barbara Trick, Paul Mueller on your screen. He was really excited this morning, said, man, the potential of a giant, like a double digit, is there all day long. He knew.
Gosh, man. That ain't the one I saw.
What happened yesterday, but he said, I can recover. Those fish are there. I just got to make them
How
bite.
big some of these fish are that are with these fish. It's crazy. It's like they're either 2 pounds or they're over 6. Nuts.
So how did he act on stage yesterday after
There's a great
those
old
losses?
big one.
Did he just say, hey, it's part of the sport, part of the game, or was
I
he
mean, a
really,
big
really
one.
just
Yeah,
bummed?
he said it happens. He said
we got
he's a very religious person, obviously, and he
we gotta do.
always seems to go back there. And he said, you know,
Well, he
if it's
wouldn't go
God's will,
anywhere.
it's God's will. And he said, I know the fish are in the area. If I'm meant to win, I will win.
Starting to bite,
He did
though.
say, though, when he won on the St. Johns River, he said he lost a few giants on
he's
day
well
2.
over.
He thought maybe this could be good luck.
Not a big one, but we're getting somewhere now. We got a little bit of time. I don't know why. We're just moving around a little bit. Seeing fish. I've seen fish all day. I've seen some really big ones. Maybe spent a little too much time fishing for them, but that's what we're fishing for, is big ones. Now we're just fishing to get a limit. If we get a big one or two, that will help tremendously. And they're here too. I mean, there's some bigger ones here. God, man, there's 2 of them right there. 3 of them.
Paul Mueller knew the problem that lay ahead this morning. He said the big fish are there. I got to get the right number of bites. Now back out with our leaders, Robertson, Cobb, Cook, and Palmer.
Oh gosh. So I'm like, well, we're asking 4 or 5 people around there. No one's got an extra GoPro. So we take off across the lake.
Like a fish does up there, but we might as well.
50 while we're right here. And this lake, anybody knows this lake at all, knows you run the channel or you run the markers that they have for you. Not us. We went across the middle of this thing, stump infested Santee, and made it over there, run all the way back in there to Patrick's house, and I ain't even got my rods out yet. And I'm trying to get rods out, and he runs in there, grabs the stuff, here we go. Back across the lake we go. Well, we make it across. I kick him off at the dock, and my marshal steps in with me, and they're on boat 66.
Get away from me.
And by the time I get, because I had to go on the inside of the line. So I go through, I kick, my marshal gets in. I have enough time to grab one rod out, and they're like boat 74.
I was hoping that would be like a 7-pounder.
Oh my gosh. I was like, well, I said, Aaron was stressing all day, of course. He's like, oh, Palmer's gonna be pissed. He's gonna kill me, you know. And I'm like, dude, it wasn't like you meant to, you know. And then, of course, he stresses all day because I catch one fish. You know, I don't have a fish at 1:30, and he's just like, he's gonna kill me, you know. And it all worked out.
Make sure one didn't eat that one. I threw it under there. No, we're good.
Well, that was story time with Luke Palmer. I mean, always entertaining. And these are our leaders on camera as we follow the action. But the greatest thing about semifinal Saturday is the opportunity to make a big move. And our Marathon Peak performance is the huge day that Mark Menendez has had here on semifinal Saturday.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. Mark had a good day, day one. We had a camera with him on day two. Struggled, finally caught a 7-pounder. Got things going a little bit at the end, but look at him this morning. He got things going early and often. 7:58, a 7-pounder. A 6.5 at 9:58, another 6 at 10:53. And before 12 noon, finished out his 5-fish limit with the small one, by far the smallest one, 3 pounds, 8 ounces. That's why Mark Menendez has to be our Marathon Peak performance of moving Saturday.
And it may just be a brand new VMC Monster Bag of the tournament, because that was weighed in on day number 1 by our day 2 leader, of course, Matt Robertson, 28 pounds and an ounce. So he's flirting in that area, and he still has a tiny 3.8 to cull.
Yeah, and he has that 3.8 to cull, and most of these guys going to underestimate just a little bit, so he might already be there. Might already be there with a VMC Monster Bag. I'm saying he's pushing 29 pounds already with the 3.8.
Our 2-day leader, Matt Robertson, has slipped down to 5th place, but we have seen fireworks every afternoon, and I'm saying, go, Matt Robertson, go. Tap it in, Happy. Tap, tap-a-roo.
Yeah! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
A spectacular sunny semifinal Saturday, the second event in a row here in the great state of South Carolina. We're going to take a little break after this, just about 1 week, and then we'll head to Lay Lake. But a lot to be decided on Santee Cooper Lakes still to come. We had 104 anglers, 50 out there right now, but as we've seen, our leaderboard continues to change. You're seeing anglers making giant charges from the 30s all the way up, but that right there, a great look at where we are this week. And this is a body of water, a part of the world that you're very familiar with, Davey Height.
It really is. I grew up fishing a lot with my dad and my granddad on Lake Marion. I actually didn't visit Lake Moultrie until, heck, I had to probably be 13 or 14 years old before I was there, but that has been a long time ago. A lot of history here on these two fisheries, Lake Marion, Lake Moultrie. Lake Marion, north of Lake Moultrie by about 60 miles. They're both huge lakes. Lake Marion is the largest lake in the state of South Carolina. And when we say large, this view really doesn't do it justice, because it is huge. And when the wind blows like they're calling for tomorrow morning, you have to respect it. So we'll see what happens tomorrow morning. Hopefully the 10 anglers will get out and have a safe day on the water. Below Lake Marion, you have Lake Moultrie, and Lake Moultrie is very different. Not as many cypress trees. Most of the trees were cut down before they backed up Lake Moultrie. They left most of the trees standing in Lake Marion, so very similar in a lot of ways, but also very, very different.
Let's get back out on the water live with a big mover today, Luke Palmer. Finished 4th here last year. I think he was leaving the dock right around 4th this morning, but has moved into the lead now.
Yep. Luke Palmer, as you can see from that aerial, he's in the Rock Pond area. He stayed on the south side of the lake most of the tournament, where you have Drew Cook, Jacob Prosnick, Drew Benton, fishing primarily on the north side of the lake. So obviously they're both very productive.
25, 26 pounds. Well, you're wanting to see it happen. We can eat donuts and
Last big one you find?
Yeah. I'd actually, I was sitting on 4 fish and went by a tree, and I just so happened to scope over, and the fish actually moved. I couldn't see them when I first initially scoped the tree, and I told Hunter, I said, hey, we'll go down, turn around, I'll come back, and as soon as I pitched in there, I seen both of them sitting there, and the male ate real quick, within a couple of flips, and then the female, she didn't leave out, she stayed there, and it just, when you find that little, there's one spot on all these, I'm assuming they're all bedding that I'm catching. There's one spot, and when you find out where that one spot is, they'll get pissed just like that. And like your bait will come across it, and they won't necessarily run to it, but they'll notice it. And when you find that spot, you just keep throwing in there and keep throwing. And I mean, I caught a fish yesterday I spent 15 minutes on, and never seen her, but I knew where she wanted the bait, and she eventually come up and crank, and it was almost 5-pounder. So that's what we need to happen today. I ain't really seen many on trees today. I mean, not like I was hoping, and I don't know if it's because I keep hitting the same trees. I probably need to expand my horizons and go do something different, but it's kind of hard to. I mean, if I didn't have a stringer like I did, it'd be easy to just go run around like a chick with my head cut off. But I'm not like that. I used to be a running around guy and do that, and it seems like since I own Elites, I'm not a running gunner. I like to find an area and stay in it, and that's what I got more confidence in. But this has not been from tournament to practice is nowhere near the same thing. I mean, in practice, I guess when you don't have any fish at 1:30 on day one, you kind of got to do something different. So I need to find that magic tree, and I keep going these same trees thinking they're going to reload, and none of them have, though. That's doesn't make sense to me, but so that might be like, hey, Luke, you need to go find new water and really run new water instead of just kind of bebopping around and hitting the same stuff.
Really amazing. Listen to Luke Palmer. Had a great finish here last year. 33 pounds on Saturday. That's a great stringer anywhere in this country. But he had zero fish in his live well at 1:30 on day one of this week.
Canal?
Yeah.
All right, well, just on the left side of it, like not that canal, but on the left side, there's a seawall. There's 2 of them on the seawall. One's like a 4 and one's like a 3.
Dang, what do you got?
22 something. Have you been in here all day?
Went in there this morning.
Nothing?
Are those catchable?
Yeah, I was just waiting for the sun to get up, to get on that side so I could see. How big's that one?
5-pounder. I got another 5-pounder around the corner. I'm giving a little bit of time.
Around that corner? Mm-hmm. You ain't giving it no time.
Huh?
Chris Johnson's fishing for it.
No, not that one. I found one 4-pound female right around the corner here. I got her to bite before the male, lost her, caught the male, and she took off. Found a 7-pound female, caught the male, put him back. Neither one of them come back.
Where was the 7-pounder at?
Where I caught the 7-pounder yesterday.
Oh, in here?
No.
Oh, over there?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, have you made a loop through here with the
I'm loving this.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Oh. To cap it off, he catches the fish. Not the one he wanted, but just in case you didn't think pro fishing is a team sport.
I noticed how precise they described where the 3-pounders were.
What are the
But
two
the
you got?
7-pounder, no, over there.
3-something.
Over there.
2-something.
No, not over there. Over there.
I mean, I think they're being. I think that the way that. I mean, I think they're being incredibly open with it. You know what I mean? To just say there's 2 on a break wall that's. You know what I mean? Like, it's. Yeah. You can see that they both are trying to help each other, but helping themselves at the same time.
So I must admit, I've roomed with Van Dam for like 12 years. I just heard them communicate more during tournament hours than we did in 12 years. In 3 minutes, they communicated more than.
How cool is that? And to have a camera on each boat. That is a big thing on the Elite Series now. And I honestly think the Johnston brothers had a lot to do with it. How open they were, and they came to the Elite Series. Like, you would hear about teams in the past, but generally those teams didn't stay together very long.
That's right.
One would do very well, the other would not. But we're seeing team after team that both Drews are doing great. Both Johnstons are doing great. Yeah. There's a lot. I would say there's as many anglers that team up with somebody as there is that just do it solo in the Elite Series now.
Really?
I honestly believe that. I mean,
I know there's more than there was 10 years ago, but I didn't realize. You think there's half the field is doing that or more?
I'd say anywhere from 35 to 50%, I would say. I mean, maybe I'm a little high at 50, but I mean, Lee and Caleb, you get, as you go through, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of them that work together. Yeah. Carl and Gussie. And Brandon's kind of part of that group, too. I mean, there's a lot of
yeah. Frank and Clark. I mean, you start thinking about it, there's a lot of them that.
And there's a ton you're missing. But I just think it's just a different time. And you're also, I think you've got a lot of anglers younger anglers.
Shane and Brandon. I mean, the more you think about it, the more you look. Matt Robertson's kind of in.
Matt and Seth?
Yeah.
I mean, that group is, it's an octopus. It goes a lot of, there's Seth and Matt, and then the Johnstons sometimes, and Lee sometimes. And according to you, this week the octopus was one-legged because Matt Robertson was not sharing anything, correct?
Well, it was interesting the other night, Seth and Chris, Corey, and Matt, this was after the big day, the big first day that Matt Robertson had, and they were like, you said you weren't catching anything. And Matt was like, well, you said you weren't catching anything at Okeechobee. And it's like, Seth, you said you weren't catching anything at Seminole. So it was, the octopus was, let's just see, moving around.
Hey. Yeah. Let's have a look at our TH Marine Weather Watch. Today, a high of 85, low 63. Partly cloudy, southwest winds 5 to 10. Championship Sunday, going to change a little bit. A high of only 76 degrees, a low of 51, and thunderstorms, morning thunderstorms. I've been trying to pay attention to the weather. It looks like last I checked, it's going to move in throughout the evening, and it will peter out. Let's hope it moves in through quick and doesn't affect the fishing hours.
The closer it gets, it looks like they might get lucky, like you say. It be gone by early morning tomorrow. Let's hope that happens. So here's something that I pay attention to a lot when I'm fishing Lake Marion and Lake Moultrie. The water levels. Where Matt Robertson is fishing, that area is called the hatchery. And from the aerial views, it looks like, man, that's a nice size flat he's on. Well, it's about 5,000 acres of basically 3-foot water, stumps, and now lovely eelgrass. The water has fallen a little bit today, and I think that has really hurt him.
Well, he has definitely struggled for the first time in this tournament. I mean, yesterday it wasn't easy. But when he got to the scales, just added to his lead. But if you look at the leaderboard right now, Matt Robertson has slipped down to 5th place. Your new tournament leader, Luke Palmer and Mark Menendez. How incredible has his day been, Davey?
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you can. I wouldn't doubt if he has an underestimated a little bit, he might have 30 pounds. But the area that he is fishing has been so inconsistent all spring. You could see what happened with him. The first day, big stringer. Yesterday, struggled to catch one. Today, looks like almost 30 pounds. It's been that way up there.
Keep your eye on number 10 right there. David Gaston, Elite Series rookie, just made his 4th top 50 in a row and maybe his first top 10 unofficially at this point. We'll be back from the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Semifinal Saturday on a spectacular sunny Saturday afternoon here in Clarendon County, South Carolina for day number 3 of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. And as every minute ticks by, more and more people start to panic about our day 2 leader, Matt Robertson, having a tough tournament, but 50 anglers remain in the field, and this gives you an idea of how our anglers with cameras are spread out.
Yeah, you look at Matt Robertson, Paul Mueller. On the lower end of the lower lake, Lake Moultrie, you see Brandon Cobb, Jacob Prosnick. On the south side, lower end of Lake Marion, Drew Benton, Drew Cook. Potato Creek, where he won the event last year with well over 100 pounds in 4 days. And everyone knew that, and everyone in this field probably, maybe not everyone, but the majority of the field, I bet, practicing there.
Went on a little tear
some of them
there.
are driving home now and saying, gosh, I can't believe he's sitting in third place
a good
at Potato
one.
Creek again.
That was Garden Fried. The bottom was like really silty and had grass and slime and stuff. So it made it really difficult to catch her. And I was messing with her, and I left. Made a big loop and came back and messing with her. I finally got her to bite and caught him. And after that, I just happened to look on the other side of the boat at a bed that, I had made looked at a couple of times, but not extensive, I guess. And there was 2 of them sitting on it. And one was a 7 and one was, one was a high 6 and one was pretty much a 7 and a 5. And just wham, bam, thank you, man. I had 4 and caught those 3 just back to back to back. And that really made the day so far. Now we can just go look for, one more female. We get one more big female, then we'll be back into the mix. That's what we're doing right now. Just looking for a big female. I know there's been.
So this is when
4 or 5 people started here.
Or Drew
This
Benton.
morning there's been 10.
Or even a Jacob Prosnick. When they get their 5 fish, kind of target limit over 20 pounds here, and they got 3 more hours, at least 2.5 more hours to look for that big female, well, they might find several fish that they can go start on tomorrow that are 3, 4 pounds, maybe even 5 pounds. So it means so much for Drew Cook to have what he has in a live well and be able to look for that one big one. If he finds it, then he's going to have a monster, VMC monster bag. If he doesn't, I guarantee you along the way he'll locate a fish or 2 that he can go to tomorrow morning.
Yeah, Prosnick talked to me about that this morning at the boat ramp. And he said, you've got to cover water. And he said, he said he knew a few to start on today. And he said, by the end of today, I hope if I'm going into tomorrow that I've located a few others. He said, it's the only way to do it.
Yep. Low light early in the mornings when you take off is not the ideal time to be trying to find new fish. But if you can go to some you already have marked, that's perfect.
Hey, on a personal note, I got a special shout-out. I got a big-time Bass Live viewer. Almost never misses an event, I would imagine. Happy 90th birthday to Willie Nelson today. Willie Nelson, don't know if you're watching right now, but 90 years old. It is his birthday today.
Is that him up there playing Beyond the Magical Door?
Oh, no. Willie has...
Willie's not here.
Willie has a different celebration today, I'm sure. But 90 years old.
Incredible. You hear that saying, if I knew I was going to live this long, I'd have taken better care of myself? I would think maybe Willie might say that. I don't know.
I don't know. He's 90.
He's 90 years old. That's a good life.
I know he loves Bass Live.
That's great.
And we love Willie Nelson, as does everyone in the world. So happy 90th birthday, Willie Nelson.
Absolutely.
Which one of our four do you think is a bigger Willie Nelson fan, Davey Height?
I'm going to say a toss-up between Drew Cook and Jacob Porosnik.
I'm right there with you. I'm going Porosnik.
Yeah. If
Old
I had
school
to
soul.
Yeah.
Should I ask Steve Kennedy that on stage?
I'm going to say it's 50-50 odds if Steve Kennedy even knows who Willie Nelson is.
Come on.
I'm just joking, obviously.
He is a man of mystery, Steve Kennedy. There's a lot of things he knows that you know. Do you realize that Steve Kennedy once, here's a little fact to distract people from fishing. Do you know that Steve Kennedy once, you know when you go to a basketball game, obviously he's a big Auburn fan.
Right.
You know when you go to a basketball game, you see that lucky person that gets picked out of the crowd and they get a half-court shot for, I don't know what it was, $100,000, $10,000. He was in college, so it doesn't matter. He was that guy.
Really?
Yes.
Did he make it?
Airball, total airball, 100%. He said the entire arena. He said right there in Auburn, it echoed. He still hears it to this day. The entire arena, airball. But good thing he found the sport of fishing, because Steve Kennedy is honestly one of the most incredibly naturally talented anglers. Somebody who loves fishing. You see his family and the traveling that they do and the fishing trips they do, not just for bass.
Right.
It really is amazing.
And we talk about John Cox, Brandon Cobb this week, but you're right. Steve Kennedy loves every day he's out on the water fishing for whatever species as much as anyone. Speaking of species, there's one of our friends that come out when the sun's out.
Short-legged T-Rex.
Just looking for a big female on the bed.
See what I did there, Davey? I told an embarrassing story about Steve Kennedy, and then I went immediately in and sucked up with the family.
Yes, you did. Great recovery. Great recovery. So I heard Jacob Porosnik, when he caught his 4 fish, saying, I think I'm going to go fishing now. So this is what he broke out the spinner rod. He's fishing these cypress trees like so many other anglers. I was curious what he was going to do because, he was sight fishing this morning and for most of the tournament, but I guess this is the way he thinks he can catch his biggest chance to catch a big one, best chance to catch a big one.
Cool story about Porosnik that we talked about at the launch this morning. He said his marshal yesterday was Tommy Woods, who you've heard a little bit about. People have heard. An Australian kid come over here. He's inspired by Carl Jacobson, and he's chasing a dream. He's living here for, I believe, the next 4 months, sleeping in a truck, bought himself a Toyota Tundra, sleeping in that.
Wow.
And Porosnik was talking about how cool it was to see how bad he wants the dream. And
it is.
It really is cool. And to think that I remember Carl Jacobson when he was that marshal.
Yeah. Still fishing new water. Still struggling. Oh, boy. Yeah, it's been a good day. I mean, a lot better than yesterday. Oh. I don't know what that fish is doing. Yesterday we just struggled all the way till the afternoon, and today had a good start, right off the bat with that thunder cricket fish, and then caught another keeper, and then, started fishing some trees and finally ran into a good one. I think she was spawning up there. Skipped that wacky rig up there. She just started swimming off with it, but we got 3 keepers, and we got about 2 hours left. So I need to make something happen. If I can just keep telling myself I just need 1 bite an hour, and then maybe we'll have a shot at making it to the top 10 day. But it is just brutal for me. I just cannot get a lot of bites for whatever reason. I don't think there's a lot of bites to be had, but I'm really struggling to just get bit. So I'm gonna keep my head down, keep skipping this thing to where I think they are, and trying some different stuff right now, just going down the bank, seeing if I could pick off a spawning fish or something, as opposed to hitting all those isolated trees. But we're gonna get back to that here pretty quick. And hopefully run into number 4 and number 5. I won't even talk about culling. I wouldn't even know what to do.
Luke Palmer, we've seen him catch a lot of his fish on cypress trees, but he's doing, you see him on the right side of the screen there. He's fishing the eelgrass with a jerk bait, a fair amount also.
Luke Palmer has had an incredible tournament here this week, no matter what way this works out. Obviously a great tournament here. Last year finished 4th place, left the dock in 3rd place this morning, and with what he's done today, he has to be the Power Pole replay of the day.
Absolutely, Luke Palmer certainly got my vote this morning right off the bat with this fish that he caught beside a cypress tree. Said he'd see it with his forward-facing sonar, using soft plastics like a lot of these guys are doing, but instead of 10-pound test line, he's using 20-pound test line and bait caster. Just a few minutes later, but between trees, I might as well break out a jerk bait and catch this big one that he saw on his forward-facing sonar out over some eelgrass. And then just a few minutes later, under a tupelo tree, Luke Palmer catches his 3rd big one all before lunchtime. I thought right then that he could be well on his way to another 33-pound stringer like he caught last year on day 3. Not quite there yet, but Luke Palmer still Power Pole replay of the day.
A much deserved Power Pole replay of the day. And Luke Palmer is unofficially our leader in this tournament. But man, one thing that we have seen, Davey Height, is when you have an unstable fishery, this time around it's definitely unstable. But when it's unstable like that and you're on a fishery that has giant fish, that leaderboard is very susceptible to change.
It really is, and it didn't look that way, Matt Robertson, but then things changed for all of it today. We've had several different leaders. Luke Palmer right now.
Luke Palmer celebrating Willie Nelson's 90th birthday by leading the Bassmaster Elite Series. AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. Brandon Cobb, shocker, he's catching them once again. Drew Cook trying to defend his title. Mark Menendez, the biggest mover of the day. And maybe the biggest story of the day, our day 2 leader, Matt Robertson, has dropped all the way down to 5th place. There's still time, Davey. Tell me there's time.
There's time. There's always time. I got to say before we go, though, happy birthday, Willie Nelson.
Oh, I mean, well, it's a celebration for all of us. We'll find out who is celebrating from the studio next.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Oh, the money is a big one. It's a big one. It's hard fishing, dude. I like it. I do well typically when we got, a numbers of big fish. We talked about it the other day. It's hunting for individual big fish, and I like fishing this way. It burns me more than a few times, but I like it, and it's incredible fishery. It's fishing tough right now, tougher than what we normally see, but it's an incredible place to go fishing, and I like it when I get that bite. It's awesome. Come on. Come here. Come here. Wow. What a fish. That's what we're looking for. I need 5 of these jokers. I can't even get pliers on the hook. Anyway, that'll be 5.5. Fishing 6.
Steve Kennedy, one of the handful of anglers who's been with the Bassmaster Elite Series for 17 years, the full length of the series. Always interesting, one of the world's most interesting men, without a doubt, and a truly great fisherman. And having a good tournament here, currently standing in 6th place. Let's get out on the lake and check out Paul Mueller. We've not seen much of Paul Mueller today. Down there in Lake Moultrie, things have been fairly slow. That's maybe an understatement.
No, and it's really been the lack of quality bites. And boy, you could not set up for a better weather situation day for Paul Mueller. Needs to get it done with what is coming tomorrow.
One fish in the live well.
There was 2 on that stump. Caught the smaller of the 2. Hopefully now we're gonna get the larger one. So that was the one I was telling you was all weird. There's another big one with it. And they were like competing over it, and of course the little one bit.
Tommy, coming back from our midday break, is it okay if we do the where we were right, where we were wrong real quick?
Yes, love to hear that.
Actually, we said that, gave a big hats off to the South Carolina DNR for managing the grass in Santee Cooper Lakes. Not the case. It is actually the Santee Cooper Lakes management folks that handle that, not the DNR.
All right.
So
credit where credit's
giving
due.
them all the glory to those folks who have done a great job.
Yeah, that stuff, that spread of the wanted vegetation.
That group doesn't play. That group does not play. You understand?
No. They go out there. I mean, they plant it by hand in small plots out there, staple it to the ground. So those rhizomes get on the bottom. They dig in and get established, and then they say it really just explodes after they put it in.
We need the Santee Cooper Lakes management folks to go to other areas of this country, transfer grass around and help. I'm being serious.
Yeah, caravan of stars. Let's get it going. Get them some buses and let's.
I can feel that I need one more. I got to get rid of that little one out of there, and kind of scared I'm running out of fish. My stuff's kind of, I ain't seen anything new really. Caught fish doing different things today. So I'm gonna run and hit a bunch of trees and see if I can't run onto something for tomorrow. But I don't know. It's gonna be tough. I mean, it's been tough all week, but it's definitely getting tougher. I mean, this place has got a lot of fish, but you start depleting them like we have and sharing fish, it makes it really tough. I mean, so, I don't know. Maybe we'll run into something here late. We need to kind of get us going for tomorrow, get us in the right direction anyway, because it's definitely slowed down. I mean, I've had literally 6 bites today. So, which I was shooting for 7. So we still got an hour and a half to catch one more.
Luke Palmer, the leader.
Anyway, I ain't putting on the spinning rod yet.
Almost a 6.5 pound lead for Luke Palmer.
He didn't know he's leading, but catching around 25 pounds, he's sure gotten a little more talkative than usual.
Sweeter if it was like a 3/8 or a half.
And about this time of the event, start to look at the weather situation for Championship Sunday. Who is that going to help and who is that going to hurt? And I'm going to, just by going off of, I've looked at Wind Finder for the last 2 hours during our break, and I'm going to go with it is going to hurt everybody
I'm
tomorrow.
having a long ways from here
We're going to be
right now.
starting off, looks like 15, gusting to 30 right at takeoff. And it's going to, Tommy, it is going to grow to possibly 40 by 2 p.m.
Boy, that is going to change the face of the whole thing, isn't it?
Here's the really bad thing. It doesn't get much better on Monday and Tuesday. It doesn't lay down until midweek. So whatever front's going to pass through here, it is going to have a lot of wind coming behind it.
It must be a doozy. I think the hope for sure, I mean, for all of us, is that it's the electricity and a lot of the immediate danger passes through and we can have a tournament on the final day. That's not a guarantee. But
no.
You want to make sure you're leading it if we don't.
Yeah, and the job too is be Luke
No.
Palmer at this point.
Wasted my fish. Come here. Man. There was my 7th bite. I wasted it on a pound and a half. Go for 8.
Mueller's fish got him back in the top 10, knocked David Gaston out. Then Gaston caught a 2-pounder. He's back up to 9th.
Dang it, dang it, dang it. It was a bite, though. We will take bites.
It's really interesting listening to Davey and Dave talking about that area that Matt Robertson's in, that when they pull water, actually got this from one of our sources that fishes Moultrie a lot too, when they pull water and drop that water level in the hatchery, it affects it immediately. And that appears to be the case. Here's why I say that. So many solid bags, not just Robertson. There's been other competitors in that area throughout the first 2 days of competition. Gussie, Carl, Jason Christie, all struggling today in that region of Moultrie.
I mean, it's not very deep to begin with, right? I mean, it's just 3-4 feet.
No, it's definitely not very deep, especially those aerials, those drone shots that we got, you could tell. But boy, that 7-pounder that we got to see on Fox earlier jump off for Matt Robertson, then the just keeper that broke off for Matt Robertson. Those 2 bass right now, whew.
Big shallow lakes, you know the ones we're talking about, can hold some big bass, but boy, they can be finicky.
And when we closed off yesterday, you had that vibe. We talked about it, Tommy, the last hour of Bassmaster Live yesterday, and I made the comment, he is not getting enough bites in here to where he needs that shad spawn bite, 1 or 2 of them in the morning off of Marion.
Yeah.
That did not happen, which has definitely applied to his struggles to fill out a limit.
A lot deeper over here. Might be able to get back. I feel like the water's falling too much.
We got about 2 hours, an hour and 45 minutes fishing time left for our 2 flights that are out there. Welcome back into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, as we start thinking towards tomorrow. Of course, the top 10 only, they're not established yet. We've had about 2 or 3 drop out, replaced by 2 or 3 others. That's less movement. Actually, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon, and Mark Zona, that's less movement in and out of the top 10 than I expected today.
Yeah, and looking forward to tomorrow, really looking at your unofficial leaderboard with the top 10 anglers. And this is going to be really the story for the rest of today going into tomorrow morning, who that front is going to affect the least. And I'm not saying this because he's leading the tournament. It's more a proximity of where he is fishing. If you look at Luke Palmer right now, he is going to have, look, if you're one of the sight fishermen, tomorrow morning's forecast could not be worse. It literally could not be worse, and gets worse throughout the day for your sight fishermen. Obviously, something has happened down in Moultrie that we can't explain yet. We'll let the anglers that were in the top 10 explain later today. But the person that is going to have the most protection from a south wind is going to be Luke Palmer and Brandon Cobb. So I guess those are the two. Look, man, where Mark Menendez caught his 2 biggest fish this morning, he is going to be, there's going to be 5-footers where he caught those. So just pure wind direction, I think Palmer and Cobb probably, as of right now, are going to be the safest. So I think any bite tomorrow is going to be huge.
Plus, they're 1 and 2 as it stands now as well. So there's that as well. Brandon Cobb, #1 in Progressive Angler of the Year points. And yes, Ronnie, you've been around long enough to know that by this time during the season, some years we have had 2, maybe even more days already canceled because of weather. So these guys are used to figuring the calculus on that.
Yeah, we got out of Florida without any fog delays or any huge losses of time there, days of weather with wind. And so you think at this point in the season it's stabilized out, but we will, at least on some bodies of water, you think about the Great Lakes, have that storm rear its head. Tomorrow could be the day that really affects the anglers. But if it does affect the anglers negatively, let's just look at what Brandon Cobb has done so far through 5 events, 4 points events this season. The fact that he's got a 3rd, he got a 20th at Seminole, he got a top 10 in the Classic, 6th last week at Murray, and in an hour or so, his worst possible finish could be a 10th tomorrow at Santee Cooper. That is one of the, if not the best start in Bassmaster history. 3 top 10s and a 20th.
Wow.
He's on pace for a great season if he can back it up at Lay, the Sabine, and then the Northern Swing.
Absolutely. Yeah. That is a breakneck pace for sure, if not a record-setting pace. Such, today, as far as production goes from these anglers, I mean, the Mark Menendez story is maybe the most compelling.
And it continues. He just got rid of his 3-pounder. Of course, it's only with a 312. So he's got 28.4 on Bass Track. I'm sure he's got the VMC Monster Bag of the Day, jumping from 34th into 3rd place. Let's see what he can do tomorrow.
Hey, he might have 30 pounds in the
50
bag.
of his
probably.
pounds are 2 days worth of fishing, Tommy. 50 pounds in 2 days, and the other we won't talk about day 2.
Oh man. Yeah, day 2, completely different from what we saw. That's how it can swap around on you here at a place like the Santee Cooper Lakes here. Luke Palmer, you see, still on top there, and a healthy lead ahead of Brandon Cobb. But Brandon Cobb and Luke Palmer just cited by Mark Zona there as being maybe in the best shape relative to the rest of the field for tomorrow. Drew Cook, well, I don't know if the sight fishing will be available for him. Mark Menendez, by what we're judging Luke Palmer by, could be good to go tomorrow. We just don't know at this point. Matt Robertson, the big story, having a big fall off today. We got more stories working, and we will take a break and come right back.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
The cut line is 10 and the clock is ticking as these anglers with an hour and a half fishing time left on this day as we take you out on the water. We've had some exodus and some inflow into the top 10. Paul Mueller has been in and out during the course of the day. We go down to Lake Moultrie where he and Matt Robertson are still set up. Check in on Paul Mueller, the angler from Connecticut.
Day one, a drop shot from Mueller. Nico rig yesterday, 4 to 15 feet of water, stumps, brush, and a lot of rogue roamers, just big roamers on nothing.
That's her. Yeah, that's her.
Ooh.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Look at that. Gamakatsu size 1, baby.
That's a chunk.
What's that even weigh? I think that's getting us fishing tomorrow is what it's getting, buddy. 7.5. Thank you, Lord. Never give up, baby. Never give up. Thank you, Lord. Yes. Dude, that fish did not want to bite. I broke off that purple worm. I went to a green pumpkin. Just made the right cast and let it sit there. Gosh. Oh my gosh, man. I told you, dude. I told you that, you get 1 or 2 good bites. What a fight, too, man. What a fight. That was crazy. Yeah, buddy. We got time, too. Isn't it crazy how it changes? That's why you can't get out of it. I've been cool as a cucumber all day, dude. I am jittery shaking right now. That is friggin' awesome, dude. If that doesn't make you shake, I don't know what does. But I knew that fish was coming in as I hooked it. The other one, that big one I had yesterday, I never hooked it. If you hook them, you can, unless you hook them in that skin of the roof of the mouth, you're gonna usually catch them.
I got long vertical hook set. Really buried that hook in on top of it.
Dude, and she did the same thing as that one that I missed. It just friggin' stopped like a stump, and I'm like, dude, I don't care if I donate. And I don't care how many hooks I donate. After that one that I had, I'm setting a hook on everything. That's got to have me fishing tomorrow. It's got to, even in 10th place, whatever, has to. Mathematically, 13, I think. At an 18-pound a day average, 13 would have got me in. So that fish put me in. Thank you, Lord. We're gonna keep going though. Dude, what a fish. What a fish. Oh my gosh, man. The friggin' head on that thing. On a spinning pole. We got a half hour, not even a half hour. What a giant, man. I told you it was a big one, man. Dude, I'm telling you, that stump over there, I almost should go back to it.
Wow. It was absolutely a fantastic fish catch. And Tommy, I don't know if you noticed during the fish catch, a double stare down to his cameraman, which it sounded like Jake Latondros. I think it was double stare down, given the nod that it was the one.
And you notice Jake at the end, he just puts the camera down and kind of backs off.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Take a time, I'll grab some wood, boy.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the warning you gave those guys down there in Moultrie earlier today to get your business taken care of before today is over, finally filtered to Paul Mueller, apparently.
And we do think, I mean, if we said 55, 56, somewhere the over-under of what the top 10 cut would be, it was 39 and change after yesterday, or 36 and change. If it's over 55, he just did it with that catch at 56.5 on Bass Track right now.
How about let's don't go too far, Tommy Sanders?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Take a look at this power pole replay of the day. A Nico rig. I don't want to say 100%, but it sure looked like a Yamamoto cut tail worm. I'm talking about bowed up, staring the cameraman down. Not once, but yet twice for Paul Mueller again. He said when you stick him with that hook, you land them. That did not happen yesterday, but it did on this one right here. Biggest one we have seen on camera. Is that the biggest one we've seen on camera this tournament?
It is. On our show, yes, sir.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Well, that initial jump was absolutely fantastic, like a great white shark hitting a baby seal. Power pole replay of the day, Paul Mueller.
Well, I mean, it's a step in the right direction. It's been a slow day, and we are in the crunch time now. So, you know, one more big one like that would change the whole outlook on the day. And, you know, every day is different. This day has been, it's just been a weird day that I've seen big fish. I have seen some, and I actually had one that kind of semi hit the bait. Didn't really take it that good. Thought I bumped a stump, and it was actually the fish. I mean, I seen one stump. There's 4 or 5 big fish on it. I couldn't give them a bite. But they're biting now, so that's the thing. Like mentally, I knew they have to bite at some point. And the problem is, what I'm facing is the time frame, because it takes time to get a bait, get a bait in front of a fish, and even just to see them if they're not, like there's fish in brush and I can't catch them. I just can't catch them out of brush. So that last one came off an isolated stump. I threw at it different angles. I knew it was a big fish. And the funny thing was I had a different color worm on. I broke it off on that stump, changed the color, changed the angle, and it finally bit. So just crazy. Tough fishing, these fish aren't getting pressured and they don't want to bite, so I don't know. I just know I need one more good fish. There's fish here. It's just I'm going through this too fast, but I'm gonna have to just take my chances and hopefully find one that's moving slower, which a lot of times, that's a fish that's harder to catch if they're suspended, especially. If they're closer to the bottom, they're easier to catch. And I think that wind on the first day, because they bit good on the first day for me, it kind of kept them on the bottom, I guess, but they were still visible. Whereas today, a lot of them are suspended, like way high, and you can't catch them. So that fish, that big one I caught was on the bottom next to a stump, and he still didn't want to bite, and I finally got him to bite. But yeah, it's been tough. You gotta find this one. Just keep scanning around and looking. I haven't seen many. It's weird, like I haven't seen many here. And then that spot that we fished yesterday that we started on, didn't see any there, and I checked it twice, so they're moving, obviously probably following whatever they're eating. They don't seem to be eating though, that's the thing, I don't know. It's weird. Just a weird day. There should be one back in here somewhere. It's a matter of if I'm gonna spook it or not. It'd be nice to just fan cast and catch one, but that is not the deal. And that's why I think it's just so tough in general. You don't have schools of fish, you have individual fish. The most I've seen was, 4 to 5 fish off of that one stump. And that was today, and I'm like, when I saw it, I'm like, okay, we're good.
A couple other big fish just came across
Come on,
the
I need
board.
a lazy one just sitting there, waiting to be caught. We need to go back to that one stump. There's a great old big one on that one stump.
Greg DePalma with a 7.2.
Should be sitting there too.
And Hank Cherry with a 6.5 pounder. He's up to 15th place, within range of getting in our top 10.
And he was in 82nd on day one, Such. I think he had like
he just
9 pounds.
83rd, yes.
83rd.
Cratered
on day one.
Yeah.
And then 22 yesterday, get to 32.
And then on 6.5 there gives him, it's a great way to fill your limit. The chance to move this week.
Look at his AOI points.
20.
Cherry stays there. He's within classic range, 47th. And he was sitting in the 70th when we came in here, 70th around there.
Steve Kennedy showing at 18th in Progressive Angler of the Year points.
That was a bad idea anyway, right? These fish will eat a swim bait.
Oh, there's Dave and Davey having a they're having a tickle fight.
Back
of the boat.
They do that. They'll rent a limo sometimes and go around town.
Quiet, I'm fishing.
Ride around, and then they get out in the boat. It's fun. It's fun.
Did you see the dad in the front of the boat not paying any regard to those two in the back of the boat?
Had all he wanted that a long time ago.
Yeah, had been there and done that.
Yeah, had done that.
Mom said you could do whatever you want today as long as you take the boys with you, and that's what.
That's the
take
way
them
that.
to the lake. Let them.
It's more of a situation. Guys, if you're going to act like that, get in the back of the boat. Not that I've said that before in my lifetime.
No, I'm sure.
Once or twice or 1,000. Guys, just get in the back of the boat.
Hey, if
do
the
whatever
boy
it
in
is
red,
you're doing, all right?
If the boy in red steals that bottle,
I'm telling your mom when you get home.
It's in the water.
Somebody's going to squall here in a minute. I predict it.
I thought that was Suchin me for a second.
Yeah, that's a question. That was actually the first thought that came to my mind. Luke Palmer, though, man, oh man, what a day he has had. Big lead for him. And Paul Mueller jumping all the way from outside the top 10 up to 5th place, albeit still about a 15 pound deficit to our leader, Luke Palmer. Drew Cook, Mark Menendez in there. Menendez, another great story from today, and we got more on the way from the Santee Cooper Lakes.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Danglers getting dangerously close to the final hour of fishing here at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite Day 3 at Santee Cooper Lakes. Semi-final Saturday here. The cut line is 10. That's what you're up against today if you're one of the 50 out there fishing. And you want to make it to the next day, got to make it in the top 10.
Easy now.
Yeah,
Easy.
All right, careful out there. That's a log. It's slippery. All right, down to the Brandon Cobb. Number 1 in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. The man from South Carolina doing very well in his home state.
And those logs get algae on them. They do get slippery.
They do. You don't try to walk on it.
Not big, but he'll call. Go down, power poles. Come here.
Not a big one, but ounces. He ate it, but didn't eat it. He just semi-ate it. Is he bleeding? What? Why are you bleeding, buddy? I keep hooking them funny today for no reason. And they're not even eating it that far. Let me look. I got the live well off for a minute. I keep hooking them downwards. I don't know why. He wasn't bleeding that bad. He'll be all right. Quit. Stop. Pretty sure that's the smallest one right there, actually. Stop, please. You're hurting yourselves. Definitely the smallest. He doesn't look great, but I think he'll be all right. He's a lot bigger. Yeah. You all happy?
Brandon Cobb, number 1 and Angler of the Year points, and number 2, Drew Cook at this point.
Well, it does seem like there is a lot more water willow in the lake this time around from last year.
Drew number 2 in points, but last year here at Santee Cooper Lakes, he was definitely number 1.
Yeah, got to hear the Dave and Davey show talk about how many anglers probably practiced in this area this time around. And day 1, when we had a camera with Drew Cook, there was probably another 15 to 20 anglers in the Potato Creek area. Yet the only ones still hanging around today, Clifford Perch, Drew Benton, Jacob Porosnik, and this man right here, Drew Cook. Obviously, some of the best in the world at what they do. Not because we say so, it's because the science says so.
All right, then.
What? I don't know, man. Look,
that's all right, Drew Cook. 105 pounds and 8 ounces, and didn't think he had it until that last fish came in, and that turned out to be the truth.
Tommy, to piggyback off what you guys just said about Drew Cook as we bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and you mentioned it. There are guys that, you know, when you deal with a certain quarterback, they have that go-to route that it's 100%. When they get their read that they want, they execute on it. Same thing with a pitcher. When he gets that 3-2 count, I'm going to throw this fastball and I'm going to get my strikeout. I'm going to get the desired deal. Well, for Drew Cook and Drew Benton, it's obviously sight fishing, and it's doing it from January to May, anytime they can get it done, whether it's in the middle of it or at the tail end of it. And for Drew Cook and some of his top lures this week, we know that he's made a lot of money in his lifetime on a Big by Baits tilapia fighting frog. That is the color, that is the bait profile, everything you want in a bed bait according to Drew Cook, and the way he works his rod tip without having to move the bait. All of those different legs and the arms on the baits, they kick and move. He can obviously use his laser eyesight to catch those fish. But this year we've seen him work in a lot more. It's got the similar arms and claws on the end of this quarantine craw, but it's a lot slender of a profile. I don't think that we've necessarily hit the spawn full-fledged in any event where it's been on fire across the whole lake. It's just been here and there. We saw it at Murray. It ebbed and flowed, but it hasn't been in the heat of the spawn in any of these events. And so for Benton and for Cook, they've had to find other little secrets to be able to get it done. And for Cook, he's kind of told us, hey, 2023 has been about the quarantine crawl for me, and that is why it has been been one of his mainstays for his Bass Pro Shops top lures this week. So Drew Cook's got a couple different bullets in his gun now for sight fishing. Obviously, we saw Drew Benton using a spinning rod last week as well for the sight fish.
Was talking to Drew Benton about that, and I said, man, I hope you and Cobb got a little bit of a royalty thing going with that Fighting Frog. He said, no, surprisingly, Dean Rojas does. I said, I'd renegotiate that contract for 2024. They have done a lot of wrecking with that bait on the Bassmaster Elite Series the first couple years that we got to be with Drew Cook, and that bait has pretty much been glued in his hand for a half a decade. Gonna get back on the water right now. Finally, a good picture.
Yeah.
With Joshua Strassner.
2021 Rookie of the Year. Here.
That was another one of those Rookie of the Year battles where there were still 5 guys in it on the final event of the season to win, and he came from 5th, 55 points back to win at the St. Lawrence. So I feel like we're running into one of those this year with Gaston and
kind of headed that way, isn't it?
Will Davis Jr., Bryant Smith, Cifuentes, Fajita, even though he lost a lot of ground this week.
Joshua Strassner doing most of his damage in Utah Springs the first 2 days of this tournament, and he made the comment, man, I leaned on it too hard. I'm going to have to get up in the swamp. And that was the biggest problem whenever you get up in the swamp. And that's a little bit of a concern tomorrow with Mark Menendez, who is, after he fishes the river channel, kind of gets in this area of Santee Cooper, really rough cell service.
I think what we saw there was his biggest fish so far today, a 2.8. No real size showed up for him so far today.
Just lacking that one better than average fish that would lock him for sure in the top 10. He's been hanging around there even though we haven't seen him. Like you said, Tommy, he's got a limit. A lot of people would love to have a limit today.
Oh, yeah.
It seems to be a little tougher for a couple people, but for Strassner, he's right there, one bite away from the top 10. He probably feels 5 miles from the top 10, but he's just one bite from doing so.
That's a big one, I think. Don't go that way. Don't go that way. There's trees over there, buddy. Come here. Come here. Nope, don't do that. Got you. Got you. That's a good one. And guess what? I hooked him appropriately.
Yeah, dude. That is a toad.
All right, I think we're gonna need a bounce beam on these now. They're all about the same size. We might go with most likely that doesn't look healthy. I knew I was leading into that one. That was not a little guy.
That's a good fish.
Dalton's usually good luck. I'm not convinced. This week he's bad luck.
It's good fish right there, Tom.
It was. I think Brandon's pretty pleased with his day at this point now. He's finally met his approval. It's a good fish.
Thank you.
Oh, I need more of that. That is a good one right there for Brandon Cobb.
Right, Bubba Box lift.
You could kind of tell There you go.
Got us a big one. That was much needed. Getting just as many bites today, just not as many big ones. Till those, I got one big bite early and one big bite just now. So we got like a 3-pounder, 2 6s, and 2 2.5s. We need to call the 2.5s. We don't have long to do it, but it could happen. I'm just gonna stay around here probably for the next foreseeable bit.
Didn't hear the weight he read out on that, but I would assume that's going to
big one's
drop
enough to
his
make your
deficit
hands
down to
shake.
about 3 pounds.
Makes it hard to tie a knot. And I'm trying to minimize my line usage so I don't have to tie another leader. The big ones get their teeth on the line, you gotta retie every time. I think we even salvaged our worm on that one. We did, look at that. All right, we're good to go. Let me check, make sure all the fish are happy, and then make a couple more casts. Those 2 look good to go. Those 3 are good to go. We might need to uncrowd that one side in a second.
Boy,
my power pole switch.
Day 2 leader Matt Robertson. That is a rough day down in Moultrie for your Day 2 leader.
Another angler just passed him. Our 2020 winner, Brandon Polnick, with 18 pounds, up to 6th place.
Fish down here to the right a little ways, and I'll probably turn around and go back that way. We got 30, 40 minutes fish or so.
Very interesting. Luke Palmer, Brandon Cobb, both fishing basically the same region of Santee Cooper Lakes on Lake Marion. And obviously, going into Championship Sunday, that has been the most consistent an area we have seen in years past. And Luke Palmer and Brandon Cobb really starting to tighten up here semifinal Saturday.
Gave Cobb a 6-pounder on that. He's up to 19-12.
Wow.
Guaranteeing his 4th top 10 in 5 Bassmaster events this year. That is an incredible stretch for him.
That's out there in the stratosphere, to be sure. Brandon Cobb, just definitely one of the top of the top tier of anglers. Performing out there in this day and age. Luke Palmer, though, the man on top, looking for his first Elite Series victory. Drew Cook, hey, they are not going to be able to shake Drew Cook off, not today. We'll see how it works out tomorrow. And Mark Menendez, just a phenomenal day.
Yeah! A glitter! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. Cut line is 10. You got to be above the cut line if you want to fish on Championship Sunday. It's pretty cut and dry, so to speak. We'll crank up shortly after 3 o'clock, which is check-in time for flight number 1. You can see the folks gathering there. John C. Land Fishing Facility. John C. Land
He's a good boy.
Yeah, he's a good boy. Absolutely. He is a good boy. Absolutely. There's Davey Height. A little free instruction right now. I'm thinking it's
How
free.
about that?
I think it's free.
No, and Davey, no, it's not. You're going to get an invoice for that. You're going to get a day rate, kid. Grab some wood, boy.
Well worth it at any price. You're talking about a master of the sport. No question. We got 10 masters of the sport on our cameras today, with varying degrees of success, as it always turns out on every day. Semifinal Saturday. We got Luke Palmer in the lead. These anglers chasing him.
I enjoyed a recent Scott Martin video where a 13-year-old kid schooled him. Put him in the boat, just took him off the Jordan. The kid just out-caught Scott Martin. It was an awesome video.
Now, Scott Martin would charge you for that fishing lesson. I'm just spewing facts, man.
Really hoping this.
Oh my,
Whoa.
Skeeter boats,
Stop.
big fish alert. Pat Schlopper, who had the big fish here last year, has a 7-pound, 8-ounce today to tie Paul Mueller.
Wow.
He's jumped up from 40 to 24th. He's only got 3 fish today for 13 pounds.
So we have co-holders of the Phoenix Boats Big Bass, huh?
On day 3, yes, sir.
Wow.
David Gaston still leads with an 8.5.
From yesterday.
Yeah. We were saying, Mercer keeps mentioning that Phoenix Boats has given 10 grand to the biggest of the year, and this may be the last best chance to top
Well, that's a good
Brandon
point.
Cobb's 9 to 8.12 from
Yeah.
Okeechobee.
Not convince me that I haven't fished over a ton of fish. I just cannot.
And you
trigger
kind
them
of got
into
that vibe right now, looking at about another hour, at least for your guys that are fishing in the first flight, that did not think you'd say this, but Matt Robertson, sitting on 2 small keepers, is now starting to be in jeopardy of even fishing on Championship Sunday.
That is unthinkable.
We got a new angler in our top 10. 5-pounder Brian Schmidt is over 17.5 on the day, and he's taken over 10th place on Bass Track from 25th.
Oh boy.
Talked about Brian Schmidt on day 1.
Yep.
Seth Feider had got the word he was an angler to heavily watch.
He's up to 17.8.
He had a slow day 1, 14 pounds, and 18.13 yesterday. He's around there today.
Also down in that area where Robertson has had all the trouble today is Paul Mueller, but he turned it around significantly with this catch right here about 40 minutes ago.
And really, Paul Mueller has kind of bounced around on the south end, a little bit of fishing on the east side of Moultrie and the west side, but to the
Jesus.
predominant amount of time we have covered him, he has said he has definitely seen big rogues around stumps, 5 to 15 feet of water, finally connecting with one today. Big one for Paul Mueller.
7.8 it went in as. Just a
Good
giant.
round number.
That's a drop shot.
He was not looking good to make the cut before that, or was looking at least shaky to make the cut. He's looking a lot better now. Drew Benton trying to fish his way into the top 10, and he's got to do something big and fast. If he wants to climb back in there. Drew Cook looking great. Same for Palmer and Cobb.
How about Drew Cook making the comment that he just rolls up on a new pair, a 5 and a 7, and catches both of them. It is a connection with this lake with that guy, man.
Mm-hmm.
Ike making a move. He was in the upper 40s. 5-pounder puts him up to 34th.
Can't see crap in here.
Right there. Yeah, I could view
Let's roll.
where that ramp is over there. If you just go right in there, there's a pond.
We're gonna go back to
They-
talk
or whatever you want to call it. Well, somebody hit it. That ain't a little one either.
Palmer doesn't know he's leading, and he may not at the end of the day, but if you would have asked him at 1 o'clock Thursday if he'd be in the hunt, probably would have said no, he did not have a fish.
1 o'clock.
1:30, it was his first fish, he said.
Hour and a half to fish.
Wow.
Or 2 hours to fish, actually.
It's amazing. And Luke Palmer making the comment last night, I am doing the exact same thing I did here last year. Isolated cypress trees, not the exact trees that he caught him on last year, but the same bait, yum woolly bug, lighter weight. And he said he's been able to go behind a lot of the wacky rig fishermen on these cypress trees and fish right behind them and connect. Definitely will be something to watch for on Championship Sunday if some of those key trees reload. Not a lot of them did today. They did yesterday for Luke Palmer, but very interesting to watch how he fishes these cypress trees with his forward-facing sonar.
I think it was super interesting listening to Palmer talk about the 3 different weight sizes for the same bait. He has a couple rods that he pick up and you think he's making a huge adjustment profile-wise, but sometimes when you have the right bait profile, but the fall rate's too much or it keeps getting hung up a little bit or you need to just experiment with it. That's the instant return you get from forward-facing sonar is the ability to see how it falls and if the bass reacts positively or negatively and being able to catch those fish.
Yeah, that's a good
Each
point.
fish is its own, scenario.
Well, and on that same line, making the comment that 5/16, just a hair heavier, predominant amount that he's been using has been a 1/4 ounce weight, but saying that 5/16 ounce, visualizing on his forward-facing sonar that fish is on a bed, and that heavier weight being able to stay in that bed longer than a 3/16 or a 1/4.
There was some footage yesterday from his marshal that rode along with Luke Palmer that sent in this morning. I finally got the folder downloaded just a minute ago to look at it. And how hard he was kind of snatching his rod tip, almost like he was stroking a jig, but knowing that bait probably wasn't moving like itself. It wasn't moving that much under the water, but it was probably just right in a fish's face,
crack this one too.
forcing it to react one way or another. And can't do that with certain weights. Obviously that 1/4 is going to come flying away from the structure.
For the first time today, starting to see the winds pick up a little bit.
It's been over with by now. There beside you. I think you just go on that light wire hook. I think we might have culled her. I think so. I don't know if we did or not, did we?
Got a 2-4 in there is what he's talking about, I think.
if we're going to cull or not. It'd be nice to, but I don't think we did. Okay, we did get the cull. It's going to get us set. That's good when you're culling that one.
Probably getting close to time for Paul Mueller and Matt Robertson make their way back up to Lake Marion.
Just put right at 3. Because that other one was less than like 270, I think. And that one there probably might have been 3. I think we're behind
good
on our
fish.
fish anyway, so.
Cherry landed a 4-pounder. He's up to 18 pounds and sniffing at the top 10.
A lot of these hooks anymore. That's one fish, not even a big one. That's pretty sweet, ain't it? So I guess we're gonna have to fish tomorrow together again.
See what we can do.
5 years Luke Palmer's been out here working hard, seeing what he can do each and every year, and generally improving and doing well and functioning at a top level out here. Still looking for that first Elite Series victory, though. Tomorrow, obviously, he's going to get a crack at it. He's in for sure. There's no doubt about that. Ditto Brandon Cobb and Drew Cook, Mark Menendez. I would think Paul Mueller as well. The rest of it all be decided very soon, in about half an hour, well, a little over half an hour's time, starting at 3 o'clock, our weigh-in. Write it down.
One of the most amazing things about this classic is the fishing freaks that showed up here in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Look at that crowd. It is for the fans.
Blast off, there's all the media, the fans, family, you're in that moment.
They new all-time attendance record for the Bassmaster Classic this week in Knoxville, Tennessee.
I think everybody that shows up to the Classic wants to feel a little bit of what we are feeling.
When they open that door and pull you into that Coliseum, the adrenaline rush of that, it's insane.
All the records set here in Knoxville in 2019 have been reset here again.
6 pounds, 13 ounces! Gussie gets it done! And oh, Canada, you have a Bassmaster Classic champion!
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Come here! Come here! Wow! Look at that! That's bad. Give me some nuts. That's it. Nope, don't do that.
Got you.
Got you.
Yeah, dude.
44. Check that out. Check that out. Come on, give me some. Yes! Yes! Woo! Woo! Yes!
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
Yes. Yeah!
Can't believe how loose my drag slipped whenever I set the hook. I was like, oh my God, that's not good.
Little evidence that big bass make people happy. Get them fired up. Seen plenty of that today. This is where they live, big bass in this legendary Santee Cooper Lakes area. Back onto Lake Marion. Let's get back to Steve Kennedy. We started the day, I believe, with Steve up here.
Bass Stages and Dreams, all of them big.
Big.
On the water right now with Steve Kennedy. And since day one, Kennedy has lived I-95 section of Santee Cooper up on Lake Marion.
He's got unofficially about 1.5 pound buffer between himself and the bottom of our top 10, the cut line.
We got 3 decent ones fairly early this morning. Made the decision to stay up here on the upper lake, and hadn't caught one since. I've had some bites, I've had some big bites, but they just come in random, unusual places, and I just didn't convert. So, sitting here with 3 fish. You know, I did the math last night. There's a possibility with what we have, we might make the cut, but it's gonna be because everybody else stumbles, not because we caught them. I need one more. We got 30 minutes before we have to check in, and I need 1 fish. So I've left the area where I know some are sitting, and we're practicing, looking for 1 big aggressive fish. That's all I got. It's been a struggle all week, dude. I've been telling you.
Whatever math he uses, it is right on the money.
Yeah,
because
talking to Wright before we
he nailed it.
Before we got started, I said it wouldn't surprise me if half the field didn't catch a limit for both days, and I think we were at 62. Didn't catch a limit for 2 days, so not surprised I'm the next one on the list. I'm telling you, there's a bunch of fish up there, but they've been up since February, so I say there's a bunch. There's some bucks on the bed, and they're just as finicky as I've ever seen them. So occasionally you come across a big female that's moved out there eating on those shad, and it's worked out well for me so far, but again, don't know where our next bite's gonna come. I was hoping I'd see one to sit on for a few minutes, an easy one. Can't see real well in here. That's part of the problem. The water's got too much color to really see what's here. You can see the clean spots, but it's hard to see a fish. It's been a fun tournament. Good seeing you guys. But yeah, so you can see all there's been fish running all up and down that bank right there. This is probably a bed. I don't know if you can see right down in there. There's a glow spot, but you almost have to run over it to see it. We've had a lot of cloud cover this week, so that's
kind of have that vibe. Drew Cook is
bright
done for the day and just eye spying for the final day of this tournament.
I actually broke out a drop shot.
Well, he's looking good to be in our top 10. It's about locked.
Yeah, I'm a pro.
You'd have to say.
Here's a nice little move from Mike Iaconelli. He started today 47th. He just caught about 5 pounds worth of bass on 2 fish, filled his limit. He's up to 27th in the standings for this event, 5th in AOI points.
Bottom, and then there's a bright, glowing sandy spot. There definitely was a fish set up there at one point.
That is when AOI dreams are made today on day 3, Such. Moving up 20 points.
Mm-hmm.
Going from no man's land in the top 50 into just outside the top 10 is
You can throw white spots all
monumental.
day, but it's about the same. You're still going to end up with the same as what we have. You're going to catch a few, but
Hank Cherry, too. He started 76th in AOI points, and right now it's got him as 47th.
It's probably not just that's a season saver. You leave here in 76 with half the season left. That's hard to do.
It's been a weird year. Very strange year.
After day 1, I think he was near 80th.
Talking about some of these anglers who have saved their season, saved their event with big moves today. Guys sneaking into the top 50 cut, gaining additional points as well. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge for a little bit of Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Mercury Drain the Lake. When it comes to the first 2 days of competition, those are in the books. We're about to start weigh-in in just a few minutes for day 3, and we will cut it down to just the top 10 anglers left on Championship Sunday. This brings us to kind of what we see in the tournaments. Normally we see the biggest bag of the tournament happen really early, the big bass probably on that same day, and we save those fireworks. The possibility of the next biggest bag happens on the weekend. So day 1, we had the big bag, 28-1 for Matt Robertson. David Gaston had an 8-5. That is the big bag and the big bass bonuses for fantasy fishing. You get additional points for that. But we could see Mark Menendez's bag break Matt Robertson's 28-1 mark. We saw, a 7.5 pounder by Paul Mueller. If his old school scale is just a little off, that could be an 8 pounder, possibly the big fish of the tournament. We will see about that and see who can jump up for bonus points there. But a guy, if you've had him on your Mercury Drain the Lake team, you can only pick him once, but if you've had him at any point in this first 5 event stretch, you have yielded big rewards, and that is Mr. Brandon Cobb. We just talked about it, that last fish catch probably solidifying and keeping him in contention to win this event, and it most definitely locks him into the top 10, which means 4 of the first 5 events this season, he will have a single digit or better finish. I don't know how you can get better than single digits, but I just said he could. We got obviously a 3rd place at Okeechobee. He got a 20th at Seminole. We said he had an 8th at the Classic, a 6th at Murray, and he'll be locked in for the top 10 tomorrow. And I think he's a little fired up this year, guys. He had a couple big bass last year. He won 3 different individual tournaments for big bass. And at the end of the year, Mike Sukon wrote his daily limit about the big fish catchers of the year and kind of just stomped down on Brandon Cobb's parties, saying how his big fish didn't yield big finishes for him. He finished in the 30s and 40s, all of those events when he had a big bass. And this year, we see him with the biggest bass of the season, an 8 3/4 down at Okeechobee. Obviously, he had a 7-11 yesterday, leading an individual day. I think Mike Sukon's daily limit has fired up Brandon Cobb because Cobb mentioned it. What's the deal with Such? Why doesn't Such like me? He's always talking bad about my big fish. And now we see him. You got to answer to him, Such.
Yeah, well, the way he's catching them.
Come get it. Ronnie, I don't want to.
Exactly. Come get it.
I don't want to put a fire extinguisher on your podcast, but going to Lay Lake, we have not been there in a while. I think the last time we were there was actually
a classic.
The Classic, was it not?
Yeah, and an Open in 2020, but a Classic, yeah.
An Open, yep. Give us some of the juice. Give us some of the nuggets for Lay Lake.
I think that it's going to be one of those, which of the favorites do you pick? We had the same thing for Murray and Santee. You have 13 Carolinians. Which ones do you choose over the 2 weeks? We'll have like 8 or 9 anglers that would call Alabama or the Coosa River area home lake. I think that a David Gaston could be he's fishing very well. I think the problem at Lay Lake compared to Murray and some of those things, the secrets at Lay, these guys, it doesn't fish tremendously big. So some of these guys could cannibalize themselves on those little intricacies if they don't run the water time. If they run the water, it could be a more of a catch fest. If they don't run a lot of water, you could see a lot of guys kind of eat themselves up on the same kinds of stuff. So these locals are going to be hard to pick. I could see Clint Davis maybe showing out close to home, obviously. I think a Josh Strassner might do well, but it should be.
Rookies.
Yeah, a couple of these guys are, with Gaston,
Will Davis and Gaston.
Jr. I think that those guys more than capable. I burned Will Davis at Okeechobee. He yielded me a good one. I burned David Gaston this week. He yielded me a good one. I just didn't think, not every Sylacauga or Montevallo angler in that region is going to do well at Lay.
Who in our current top 10 stands out to you as being a good bet?
For maybe carrying another top 10?
Yeah. Steve Kennedy?
Yeah, I mean, you could see that for sure. He's not too far from home. I like Jacob Porosnik for doing well in that one. And then if you're locking a swim jig or a frog in your hand for a couple days, Drew Cook's not too shabby at that either. Let me see who I have for my Drain the Lake there.
How's Laban fishing weight-wise, Ronnie?
Man, it comes and goes, it seems. I've got buddies who fish down there, and it's on fire at certain weeks, and then there's times where 12 pounds is going to be a good bag. But I mean, I don't think we're going to see monumental winning weights, but if the shad spawn's actually happening, it'll make it a lot better early. I've saved Heron, Canterbury, Davis for the locals there. Put a Luke Palmer on my team, Matt Airy, and then a couple wild cards that Summerall, Nixon, and Jochimson. I could see a guy fishing really slow and catching them good at lay as well if it's one of those post-spawn tougher ones.
I got a Will Davis on that team, Summerall, Cherry, Christy Swindle, Logan.
Swindle, that's a solid one. We made a prediction on the podcast of pick an angler that you think will get a win this year and try to call your shot when they get it. And Brandon Polinick, we went back and forth on this, but I said Gerald Swindle, and he said Matt Heron, or vice versa. I said Swindle, or I said Heron, he said Swindle. And those next two events are the ones we circle, was Lay and the Sabine. One of those two guys might get a win.
Oh, time is running out very quickly. 20 minutes max for our first flight, guys. That includes travel times, some of them already en route, I am sure, some among our top 10. That is for sure. Luke Palmer hanging in there, man. He jumped out to the lead today and has been hanging in there, a 2.5 pound advantage over Brandon Cobb. Brandon Cobb getting it done today. Ditto for Drew Cook. And Mark Menendez, a big, big day. Might have almost 29 pounds of bass. That would be a big, big achievement for him and a thrill for everyone. We got more to come coming up next.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Our 8 hours of fishing here on semifinal Saturday at the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is winding its way toward the conclusion. Of course, that will mean shortly after that, the start of the weigh-in festivities. Very, very important. Only 10 are going to make that cut. Go on and fish tomorrow. Championship Sunday with a completely different weather outlook. A completely different set of expectations, probably. And it could be a wild day. But right now, Luke Palmer, the man on top by a couple of pounds, 2.5 pounds ahead of Brandon Cobb. But we're going to drop right down to Bryant Smith, our performing rookie, for one of our top performing rookies this year.
Oh boy. Oh my God, that's a giant. It's a giant. Oh, holy crap. Come on, baby, just give up. Please. Where are you going? Oh, jeez. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. There we go. Oh, that's a heck of a way to catch number 4. I'm telling you, I do not get a lot of bites, but the quality is crazy here. Oh. All I needed to catch, I needed 5 bites. That's all. I just needed 5 bites. Thanks,
Suits
buddy.
that ought to have him fishing tomorrow.
I did. Oh.
Unless there's something we're not aware of, it
put him in at that.
Should do it.
Yeah. Oh, I wish I knew where I could go catch a 2-pounder. I swear there's no 2-pounders in this
I'd
lake.
hardly ever check in this early, 20 minutes early. I got one, she don't look like she's doing too good. I want to try to go ahead and get checked in, get her weighed. And I don't know why, I've been easy on today. I ain't running around, I ain't beating them to death. It's just, I don't know, sometimes I struggle on that stuff. But we had the day we needed to have today to have a shot at this thing, I think. I mean, obviously I need other guys not to catch them as good, but we had a fun day. It was fun. I got to still catch them kind of how I want to, but things are starting to go away from me, and I'm getting nervous on that because I'm scared I'm running out of fish. I mean, because there wasn't near as many up today like I thought there would be, and things just kept changing, and I had to change up. I mean, I caught some on drop shot, caught some on jerk bait, still caught some flipping, but it was definitely a grinder today, no doubt. But we did catch 8, more than 7. So we'll see. We gotta go catch this bag tomorrow.
Palmer and
Luke Palmer.
Caution, a little precaution there. Wait in, he's got his job done today, absolutely. He's going to finish on top in all probability.
I think there was a little party going on in Talcott Creek there when these anglers come flying back in. Looked like everybody was just having a time.
Drew Cook looking good to be in there.
All right, let's go. Right on in.
In the distance, he's looking good. It's one of 3 top
Drew have the
qualifiers
grass stretch
unofficial.
right there.
I'm not far behind you, bud. What you got? Good. 22. Fixing to have 23 whenever I catch it, or 24 when I catch this 5-pounder.
Cook goes up by about 2.5, 3 pounds. He would cut that deficit to Cobb in half. He's about 4.5 to 5 pounds behind Cobb. Another 2.5 behind Palmer.
Boy, he's going to be scratchy right around that 10th, 11th place. Now Steve Kennedy in 10th, Brian Schmidt in 11th place unofficially. David Gaston, Daryl Gleason down there in 12th, 13th. 14th is Hank Cherry.
Yeah. And some of these guys...
I'm not gonna fish the trees behind the guy that fishes trees all the time. Let's roll.
And some of these guys have a solid bag, but like Daryl Gleason, his biggest is a 4-pounder. There's a lot less skew that can happen compared to a guy like Cherry who has a 6.5 that could be a 7.25. So, you know, it could be a 1/2 to 3/4 pound light on Bass Track. That'll make ounces matter at that cut line. It's crazy to think that Matt Robertson's 49.14 would have him just outside the top 10 right now, but he's not higher up. He's just 7th place within just 2 pounds of the cut line.
Josh Strassner needs one more good keeper right now, at least, to have a shot at it. I mean, a really good keeper.
And really, Strassner made the comment he had fished in the Utah Springs area days 1 and 2 and felt that he burned it down, yet there were some big bags that have come from there yesterday, today.
going FS1 for you tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. First 3 hours of coverage and all the rest of the day right here on Bassmaster.com. All the way through the weigh-in tomorrow. We'll crown the champion.
Long day for Matt Robertson today. Definitely had that vibe. Those 2 lost fish were going to be ultra costly, and looking at the rest of his afternoon, it is definitely going to be that way at the end of today's weigh-in. One of those, an absolute giant.
It's looking as though he's going to survive to fight another day, though, but boy, he sure has given up a lot. Steve Kennedy, man, pins and needles right on the edge, sitting in 10th right now.
I have to go. One more cast. I'm not getting one.
We had a few people who had 7, 8 bites today.
22.
Most of them less than that as far as keeper bites.
These things are like suction onto my hands.
Hey, got 2 fish for 4 pounds. We freaking suck. Lost a 7-pounder. And that one's going to hurt us. That 7-pounder, I think we'd have probably still been in the lead. I could be wrong. Water fell about a foot. And yeah, we're gonna, if by chance we get to fish tomorrow, I love the fans, we're gonna wing it. So bad. Sucked so bad.
One of those days for Matt Robertson, going to be winging it tomorrow. Yep, I think a lot of people are going to be winging it tomorrow.
Tell me you don't like ending semifinal Saturday. It's the weekend, man. That was a very big buzzkill right there for little Matty Robertson.
Oh, man.
But the one thing we do know going into Championship Sunday, this is going to be an absolute roller coaster and a horse race finish. Looking at guys like Brandon Cobb, Luke Palmer. We talk about who else will it not affect. If Brandon Polinick somehow sneaks in there where he has fished, it definitely will have some protection from that win. Like I said, we are going to have a bumpy Championship Sunday on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yeah, it could be a wild one, wild finish. The 2 at the top, Palmer and Cobb, locked in it. They have done their job in fine fashion on this day and throughout the entire 3 days of fishing that we just about got in the books right now.
Yes! Yes, baby! Yes!
Looking forward to it. Championship Sunday on the way, the weigh-in immediately on the way. Coming up in just a couple of minutes here once we get our first flight guys started to check in, starting to weigh in. We will get that started with Dave Mercer in charge tomorrow, 8 a.m. live on FS1. We'll be there for 3 hours. And then for the remainder of the day, right here at Bassmaster.com, we will have coverage for you. Thank you so much for being with us today. We wanted big fish. We saw some great big fish catches on this day. You can't ask for a lot more than that. And boy, it's just getting tighter and tighter. It will be a battle royal for the big trophy tomorrow. We will see you 8 a.m. on FS1 on the Yeti Hot Seat. Luke Palmer.
So hot. It's hot.